the strongest technician of the Hidden Sand Village. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. Knowledge Changes Destiny. Did Kurogiri Shiraishi and Hinata Hinashi meet in the official residence of the Kingdom of Sichuan? Several elderly civil servants listened to the reports of their subordinates and couldn't help but nodded. The war between Konoha and Sunagakure Kakaisen was almost entirely fought in the north of our country. There was no sign of a great power at all. Now that the war has subsided, they want to share our country's natural resources. It's extremely abominable. The most important part of the peace talks between Konoha and Sunagakure is the issue of the natural resources of Koinokuni. The land of Koinokuni is as fertile as the land of fire, and Sunagakure has been coveting it for decades. In the early days of the Third Kazekage's power, he had powerfully occupied the southern region of Koinokuni for a period of time. After several years of development, Sunagakure's strength suddenly ranked second among the 5 great ninja villages after the disappearance of the Third Kazekage. Konoha took back the area controlled by Sunagakure's Konogoku, which led to more intense confrontations and conflicts. After negotiating with Konoha this time, the 13th District Administration Office in the southern part of Koinokuni leased Sunagakure for 50 years. This land area is about 1/10 of the mainland of Koinokuni. For several high-level officials present, this is simply what a shame. However, the fists of Konoha and Sunagakure are there, so Koinokuni cannot resist the will of the two countries. It can only find some trouble, which is best to cause Sunagakure and Konoha to conflict with each other again. Coupled with Shiragakure's prying eyes, Koinokuni can only get a chance in their favor by muddying the water. The arrangement of the embassy shows Koinokuna's thoughts. Previously, the little civil servant deliberately provoked a conflict between Shiraishi and Hinata Hisashi. This small trick is the only hope of the Koinokuni. They are even preparing to contact the Rain Country, hoping to fight against Konoha together. Unfortunately, Hanzo's attitude is ambiguous and there is no reply at all. During the Warring States period, the Kingdom of Koa once had its own ninja village. At that time, it also imitated the major powers and established a one country one village system. However, because it was too close to Konoha, Madara Uchiha regarded it as a ninja village that should not exist. Overnight, Uchiha Madara destroyed the entire Koinomura and even prepared for the Fire Country to annex the Koinoki country. However, the first Hokage opposed this direct annexation method. Among them, the second generation Hokage suggested that Koinokuni be listed as a protectorate. Although the administrative system was retained, the village system was completely abandoned. Several ninja families in the country were absorbed into Konoha and became part of the village. After several great ninja wars, even the daimyo and nobles of Kokoku fled one by one, and eventually it became the joint rule of this group of civilian officials. Even Orochimaru didn't pay attention to such a weak small country and directly built multiple secret bases here. Inside the embassy, Hinata Hisashi put down the teacup in his hand. These small countries only have this level left. The arrangement was too deliberate, and Hinata Hisashi discovered Koinokuna's intention after he calmed down, and now he was chatting with Shiraishi with a smile. In troubled times, everyone and everything has a survival instinct. If the ninja world is not completely unified, such a chaotic era will continue. Konoha gave up on unifying the ninja world during the period when Uchiha Madara and Senjuma Hashira joined forces, which will lead to the current situation. Perhaps there will be strong men on the same path as them in the future, but if they still adhere to their ideals, they may still be able to intimidate the ninja world and maintain peace while they are alive. But chaos and war will still occur after death. This is the survival instinct of small countries. Even the 5 major countries like Sunagakure. Isn't blowing up Mount Kikayo a helpless move? All of this is just because of this chaotic world. Shiraishi's straightforward words actually made the future head of the Hyuga family laugh. Kurogiri Shiraishi, you are an interesting person. So what do you think of the future relationship between Konoha and Sunagakure? Regarding Konoha's problem, Shiraishi carefully considered and returned. Cooperation is greater than confrontation, and both sides need to maintain this alliance. Sunagakure and Konoha have been in an alliance for most of their history, and have a natural alliance. Therefore, as the pattern of the ninja world war changed, Konoha also began to win over some of Sunagakure's top executives, including Kurogiri Shiraishi. What? A pity. The recent results of the Enlightenment Mountains, Sunagakure, a teammate, had just performed well against Konoha at Mount Kakayo, but he didn't expect to be directly beaten by Anoki at the Apocalypse Mountains, and was almost annihilated. He was very passive in defense. The weakened Sunagakure is in Konoha's interests at this stage, so although it wants to beat Sunagakure, Konoha still hopes to continue to contain the other two great ninja villages. I believe we will overcome this difficulty. Any opponent who underestimates Sunagakure will pay a sufficient price. After talking about these heavy topics, Hinata and Shiraishi began to talk about customs in various countries in the world. The two of them chatted for more than an hour under the deliberate neglect of Koinaguni. When several civil servants from the kingdom of Koa arrived, they were completely shocked, because they did not expect that Konoha and the envoy of Sunagakure were chatting so happily, and they were not as tense as before. In fact, the whole process is very simple. Konoha, Sunagakure, and Koinaguni came together to preside over the opening of a new welfare home. This welfare home, funded by the three parties, mainly takes in war orphans. Konoha was more concerned about this matter than Sunagakure, and Hinata brought a lot of gifts and supplies. Compared to Shiraishi's simple food and books, it was a luxury point. Before leaving the country of wind, Ibizo was troubled by the fact that Shiraishi only brought so few things. He felt that Shiraishi was too stingy, and was not willing to save even a few supplies. Although Sunagakure is one of the 5 great ninja villages, its economic level is about the same as that of Koinaguni. Why do we need to show off as a great power? Economically speaking, we are bound to be inferior to Konoha. Why should we continue to waste our own resources just to pretend to be a great power? It is a good thing to establish a public welfare institution. Reading www.kanshu.net, but there is no point in wasting money on it. Therefore, Shiraishi suggested collecting some useless books and some old clothes, and then sending them to Koinaguni as relief supplies. This kind of behavior made the senior management of Koinaguni's eyes jump, and they secretly cursed Sunagakure for being so poor that he could do such a thing. Even the Hinata family couldn't help but admire Sunagakure's shamelessness. When they saw Sunagakure delivering something, they took away the 13 districts in the south and sent a bunch of rags over. Although they used to say that a big country is shameless, it is so poor that it is considered the only one in Sunagakure. Facing the attention of everyone, Shiraishi didn't care at all. Together with several senior officials from Koinaguni, he presided over the entire ceremony, which was almost a show. Sunagakure, he's just a robber. At the end of the ceremony, when representatives from Shiraishi and Sunagakure were preparing to leave, some angry voices sounded from the crowd, pointing directly at Sunagakure's shameless behavior. Robber, Shiraishi, who was just about to leave, suddenly stopped and asked calmly, "Have you ever seen a robber give you books that bring knowledge?" Shiraishi's words came with a powerful aura, and the unique chakra fluctuations accompanied by the black mist's unique suppression caused many people to shed a lot of sweat on their foreheads. Knowledge changes destiny. You should thank Sunagakure for giving you books filled with knowledge, instead of thanking those luxury toys that make your children feel delicious and fun. After saying this, Shiraishi left quickly. Why do I feel like what he said makes sense? Hinata Hisashi could hardly help but twitch his face, secretly scolding Sunagakure for becoming more and more sinister and shameless. He clearly didn't want to pay for it, but he still said it so grandly. This information and book were originally published by Koinaguni Printing House. Chapter 102, Orochimaru and the Curse Seal. A remote field in the central region of Koa country. The crows kept hovering on the branches, making uncomfortable sounds, and there was a hint of blood in the wind. In the Orochimaru base deep underground, the strong smell of blood filled the entire laboratory. Shiraishi, led by several Orochimaru subordinates, stepped into this unique experimental area. The smell of blood is too strong. After returning from the opening ceremony of Koinaguni, Shiraishi found Orochimaru's base, based on the clues left by Ibizo. Under the leadership of Orochimaru's staff, he visited the entire human body research laboratory. A large amount of blood followed the most primitive dissection, and countless screams and wails continued to sound. Orochimaru's experimental subjects were all arranged by Konoha, and some captured rebellious ninjas were sent here for testing. However, due to the high demand for Orochimaru, there is still a tense situation for experimental subjects. Shiraishi didn't like these things. At least the strong smell of blood made him a little uncomfortable. He felt that Orochimaru's research was too extreme. In addition to live experiments, Orochimaru also collected many special living organisms for research and improvement, and many mutated animal species can also be seen in this base. It is said that Orochimaru has deployed many bases like this in Kamakura. In addition to Kamakuni, other small countries around there also have many Orochimaru bases. Being able to open so many bases at once, it seems that, although Orochimaru defected to Konoha, he still has close relations with some high-level officials in the Land of Fire, and many experiments are even prepared for them. Shiraishi-kun, what do you think of this place? Orochimaru's cold voice sounded again, and the opening was exactly the same as at Mount Kikyo, but this time Shiraishi was much calmer. We meet again, Your Excellency Orochimaru. The environment here is very good, and many research findings have opened my eyes. Looking at the young man Shiraishi in front of him, Orochimaru smiled happily. Haha, I didn't expect Ibizo to be really willing to send you here. You seem to be in great need of information on the development of Senjutsu and yin-yang chakra attributes. Under normal circumstances, Ibizo did not want Shiraishi to appear in Orochimaru's presence, but in order to insist on these information with Shiraishi, he had to find a way to find a communication channel with Orochimaru, which is why today's meeting happened. Orochimaru's inexplicable awkward conversation made Shiraishi a little confused as to how to continue, so he directly took out the information. This is the information that the Kazekage and the elders entrusted me to give to you. Sunagakure's sealing technique is also very famous in the ninja world. This time Rasha and the elders used part of the sealing technique to exchange some information about Orochimaru's ninjutsu. It was a fair and mutually beneficial transaction. Orochimaru did not look at the information, but directly handed the prepared scroll to Shiraishi. Then, I'm very curious, what will you give me in exchange? I wonder what Orochimaru Dono hopes to obtain. Although the information on the changing nature of yin and yang chakra and the information on magic was something Shiraishi needed urgently, he did not want to be led by Orochimaru, so he asked Orochimaru what he needed. I'm more interested in beings like you. Orochimaru's gaze made Shiraishi fall into a strange fear, and for a moment Shiraishi felt a strong sense of crisis. Since ancient times, developers like you have never appeared, because every ninjutsu you develop involves completely different fields, such as black mist techniques, illusion techniques, and taijutsu. These words were accompanied by Orochimaru's unique hoarse voice, which made Shiraishi's heart beat faster involuntarily, and this detail was also captured by Orochimaru. There are many ninjas developed by similar geniuses in the ninja world. The second Hokage, the second Kazekage, and Orochimaru are all this type of ninja. However, they only accumulated enough experience to create special ninjutsu. But Shiraishi seemed to appear out of thin air and created so many unique secret techniques in 2 years, which was enough to shock the ninja world. Although the second Hokage Juayu was in front of him, many people did not doubt it too much, but Orochimaru did found flaws. So, I wonder if you have mastered a unique art of immortality. The art of immortality. Shiraishi was a little unable to follow Orochimaru's thoughts, but he quickly realized what Orochimaru was referring to. Ninjas at the level of Orochimaru will naturally research some methods of immortality. Since it is an immortality technique, the theory involved may be a soul-related technique. His current situation is suspected by him. Maybe this immortality technique is a technique that focuses on seizing other people's bodies. Any excuse or subterfuge will be full of flaws. Shiraishi knows the key. During the silence, the entire atmosphere was extremely cold. I can give you the content about natural energy directly for your study right now. Soon Orochimaru broke the cold atmosphere of the scene and said quietly, "A direct gift. I have just developed a unique power of curse seal. In addition to you, I also have one of my subordinates who was given this power. Unfortunately, she was unable to exert the power of the magic." Orochimaru's explanation made Shiraishi a little wary. The power of the curse seal, as its name suggests, is Orochimaru's transformation of natural energy into a unique chakra existence mode point. No matter how the chakra changes, it still contains the will of the caster. Once you are planted with a curse seal, you must guard against the Orochimaru chakra in your body point. But there is no way to avoid Orochimaru's chakra monitoring and control. Reading www.ukashu.net. Shiraishi fell into a thinking struggle. Orochimaru was not in a hurry and just waited quietly for Shiraishi's reply. After a while, the boy finally nodded. No matter what, I can only take a gamble. After all, it is too difficult to obtain natural energy and magic. If I want to break through my round pupils, I must further improve them. With Shiraishi's consent, Orochimaru laughed wildly, and his whole neck quickly stretched, like a poisonous snake, biting Shiraishi's neck. Shiraishi's expression was not good due to the strong stinging and strange atmosphere. Orochimaru's bite was very painful. Special alien chakra energy was injected into Shiraishi's neck, but Orochimaru soon discovered that his chakra could not be completely integrated into Shiraishi's body, but circulated around his neck. Interesting. Although the power of the curse seal was successfully injected, Black Mist Whitestone's body was also on guard. A special seal array vaguely appeared around the curse seal, and a moon wheel marked it, making Orochimaru reveal a fiery gaze. The spiritual world. The natural energy in Orochimaru's curse seal cannot be completely sealed and intercepted, so Shiraishi did the opposite, and channeled the power of the curse seal into the spiritual world, constructed by his own chakra for sealing. Although it is Shiraishi's spiritual world, the existence of the moon bat controls Orochimaru's chakras' every move. Black Mist Whitestone is indeed not a simple existence. Although his curse seal has been successfully planted, he cannot completely control him. Shiraishi, who also obtained natural energy, saw the round pupils in his eyes getting brighter and brighter. At the same time, the proficiency of the round pupils in the glasses system broke through past limitations and began to improve rapidly. As his pupil power increased, Shiraishi became more precise in controlling his own chakra. Chapter 103, Orochimaru's Needs. In Orochimaru's laboratory, Shiraishi was sitting cross-legged and practicing alone in a secret room. His face was pale, and his whole body was surrounded by traces of mist, as if he was constantly rejecting impurities during this period of time. The powerful corrosive power of the curse seal was raging in his own spiritual world. If it were not suppressed by the moonbat illusion, the curse seal would always linger in the fantasy world, otherwise it would directly invade his own body chakra. The special natural energy gradually revealed its ferocious features during Shiraishi's research and exploration. Shiraishi did not expect that the power of the curse seal would be so domineering. Fortunately, he had been prepared, otherwise he would have been plotted by Orochimaru. Suddenly, the coldness emanating from Beishi's body reacted quickly, and instantly turned into countless ice needles and shot out. At this time, in the darkness, one after another ferocious snakes and pythons were seen, biting quickly from the darkness. The light of the silver knife flashed quickly, and Beishi quickly killed several venomous snakes with the silver knife in his hand. Then Shiraishi turned around and drew out his sword, only to see Orochimaru appear at an unknown moment with calm eyes. He raised his right arm and sent his fist forward, and several venomous snakes coiled out of him, as if he was slow but urgent. A special air burst sounded, and invisible airwaves boiled on Shiraishi's arm, rolling around. Under the strong steam explosion, Orochimaru's eyes changed slightly. This technique seems to be related to the second generation Mizukage. Steam rolled out from Shiraishi's whole body. At the same time, countless bubbles seemed to float with special notes. Lord Orochimaru, stop joking, haha, Shiraishi-kun's talent really makes me sigh. The power of the curse seal is beyond my expectation. Although the energy of the curse seal was successfully introduced into the chakra framework of the spiritual world, Shiraishi was still wary and careful about it. Orochimaru's chakra was like a virus, always lurking in the body, making people very uncomfortable. Natural energy was donated by Orochimaru in such a way. It is obvious that this Konoha Sennin is an extremely difficult character. During this period, Shiraishi, in order to completely control the power of the curse seal, encountered Orochimaru like this many times during his training here. Test regarding the information on the changes in the properties of yin and yang chakra. What do you need to exchange, Mr. Orochimaru? Seeing Shiraishi changing the subject, Orochimaru didn't care at all. Haha, it's not difficult to master the chakra of yin and yang attributes. The key is that it is very difficult for you to develop related ninjutsu. The development of yin type chakra is actually a process of spiritual power transformation, which further strengthens and amplifies one's own willpower. Orochimaru's information details the practice methods and attention methods. However, although there is data on the properties of yin chakra, there is no ninjutsu related to yin. According to Orochimaru, except for some secret ninja families, after the yin and yang attributes are awakened, except for some sealing techniques or medical ninjutsu, outside of surgery, most people waste this talent in vain. But these problems have nothing to do with Shiraishi. Fundamentally speaking, Shiraishi's study of yin attribute chakra changes is mainly to practice root fluctuations. I need more detailed information on the secrets of the human body, mainly the special repair liquid. The so-called secret technique of the human body is simply a kind of liquid secretion from the human body. Although Orochimaru is not interested in learning the secret technique of the human body, he is very interested in some of its principles. Orochimaru's original Orochimaru style substitution technique, as well as other software modifications, can be repaired and enhanced with this secret technique. Shiraishi taught the great master of the land of wind the secret technique of human body, which is a very incomplete part of the whole process of drinking milk. As for the real technique, Shiraishi did not hesitate much and gave this technique to Orochimaru. The special milk liquid secretion method was for Orochimaru. The flow double has a strong increase. It seems that Orochimaru has taken a lot of advantage, but in fact Shiraishi knows very well that without his own secret technique of human body, the special liquid flowing out of Orochimaru's substitute will be created by him sooner or later, so it is better to directly use it as an exchange condition. But in Orochimaru's current state, could it be said that he can still directly use this secret technique on the human body? Recalling that he had mentioned the art of immortality before, Shiraishi suddenly understood. As if aware of Shiraishi's gaze, Orochimaru didn't care. Gender switching is a necessary step in studying the secrets of the human body. Among the Sennin of Konoha, Orochimaru is the one who is really most interested in this technique. As for Jiraiya and Tsunade, they have some kind of resistance in them, but Orochimaru doesn't care. Both sides get what they need. Since it will take some time to fully control the power of the curse seal, Shiraishi temporarily stays in Orochimaru's base for a short period of practice. In addition to daily practice, Shiraishi often develops some techniques and exchanges ideas with Orochimaru. However, unexpectedly, Shiraishi and Orochimaru had serious differences in many aspects, especially when it comes to the soul. Orochimaru is firmly opposed to digitizing the soul and splitting it, which will damage the only individual of himself. Haha, I originally thought that you, like me, were one of the few friends who mastered the truth and found the path to eternal life. Now it seems that you are not the second generation Mizukage. I wasn't originally. Also, does that second generation Mizukage understand your thoughts, Orochimaru? After many heated discussions, Orochimaru felt that Shiraishi was not the reincarnation of any powerful ninja in the past, because even he couldn't help but refute as many whimsical and weird arguments as evil. In the past few days, the two had dozens of heated arguments, and many staff members showed fear, fearing that the two inside would fight. Although the two had many disputes, Orochimaru had to admit that Shiraishi was one of the few people who understood him on many concepts previously. Orochimaru had always suspected that Shiraishi was an older mortal who mastered the secret technique of immortality, but he could not tell which great figure in the ninja world in the past had so many strange and weird secret techniques. For a while, I really couldn't accurately judge and define Shiraishi's situation, but this did not hinder the communication and discussion between the two. More than 10 days have passed, and now Beishi has gradually succeeded in converting part of the power of the curse seal. But the blessing of his own power is limited, possibly because it is mutually exclusive with Beishi's own chakra point in the 13th district in the southern part of Koano country. A large number of Sunagakure ninjas were stationed on simple patrols. Taking over such a large piece of fertile land from Koano country, the entire Sunagakure village was boiling point. There are even many people planning to organize trips to the southern 13th district and other activities. But while Sunagakure was still immersed in the joy of acquiring the southern 13th district, the Sunagakure ninja stationed on the coastal defense line in the southern sea looked at the scene in front of him with sweat on his face. This is Shiragakure's ship. Oops. Thousands of small ships came quickly, creating a bloody storm on the sea. Senbon instantly pierced a Sunagakure ninja, announcing the coming of a huge storm. The stationed Sunagakure tried his best to block it, but Shiragakure's overwhelming force instantly turned the harbor red with blood. Stepping on the corpse of the Sunagakure ninja on the ground, a huge man, holding a strange giant sword, stared at the land coldly. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, one of the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. This time as one of the commanders of the frontline assault force, he took a sip. The chakra sharks here don't like to eat at all. They are all sand. In the summer of Konoha 45, Shirogakure launched a large-scale raid on the 13 southern districts of Kono-Kuni. In less than 3 days, all 13 southern districts fell into Shiragakure's hands. According to the investigation on the front line, this time Shirogakure had gathered almost more than 7,000 troops, and the sword was pointed directly at Sunagakure. Such an incident caused Shiraishi's road back to Sunagakure to be cut off. The situation in the shinobi world was changing rapidly. Shiragakure's large forces suddenly landed in the 13th district in the southern part of Kono-Kuni, and quickly spread the news of the occupation of this area back to the Sunagakure mainland, causing an uproar in the entire Wind Country. The 13th district in the south was a piece of meat that Sunagakure had wrested from Konoha at the cost of the sacrifice of 3,000 people from Mount Kikyo. Shirogakure dared to directly send troops to occupy it. For a time, the ninja world was filled with dark clouds, and the war between Sunagakure and Shirogakure was about to begin. Turned on, Shirogakure's direct occupation of the southern 13th district shows complete contempt for Sunagakure. War must begin. The words of several elders made Ibizo hesitate a little. Although he knew that Shirogakure coveted the land of the southern 13th district, but such a crazy attack to occupy such a distant southern 13th district and maintain such a long supply line, are they crazy? I'm afraid someone in the kingdom of Sichuan has colluded with Shirogakure, because the strongholds they captured during this invasion are many food reserves in the kingdom of Sichuan. Another elder looked through the information in his hand and said with a cold expression, the country of Korakora is trying to please 3 sides, and the evil nature of the small country is clearly visible. In this case, prepare to mobilize. Shirogakure dares to confront Sunagakure with such a long supply line, and we cannot lose to them. Ibizo immediately waved his hand and gave the order to prepare for war. Jounin garrisoned in many villages, as well as ninjas who graduated from ninja schools, began to gather and head to the southern 13th district. How is the situation over there with Kazekage? Consciousness has been restored, but he has not fully recovered yet. He is still recovering for the time being. During the battle between Rasa and Inoki, Rasa was severely injured and fell into a coma. Later, she was revived after emergency treatment. Because Rasa was temporarily unable to manage, Ibizo thought for a while, Yakura and Shiraishi should be responsible for commanding the Shirogakure front this time. With Ye Cang as the leader and Shiraishi as the deputy, they led the small force provided by the village to directly drive away Shirogakure. Ibizo also hoped that Shiraishi could make more military exploits. I hope Shiraishi can return as soon as possible. Shiraishi also received the news about his appointment and the situation of Sunagakure a day later. It happened that Shiraishi had completed basic training, so he said goodbye to Orochimaru. Orochimaru had also heard about Shiragakure's invasion, so he didn't react much to Shiraishi's departure. When we meet again in the future, maybe you are already the Kazekage, and I may be the shadow of a village. The shadow of a village? Has Orochimaru not given up the position of Hokage yet? Shiraishi doesn't understand Orochimaru's ambitions and thoughts, and now he wants to return to Sunagakure as soon as possible. Farewell, Your Excellency Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru didn't want to let Shiraishi leave yet, Shiraishi couldn't wait any longer. After saying goodbye, he went straight to the camp in the direction of Sunagakure in the southern 13th district. No, Shirogakure search force has already appeared in this area. In Shiraishi's perception, there were hundreds of people around the Shirogakure ninja, and they all seemed to be looking for something. Thinking of this, Shiraishi's figure flashed, and he quickly held the silver knife and pierced the head of a Shirogakure genin with a very fast knife point. The moment the sword passed through, Shiraishi activated a special seal sequence. The genin, who was trapped in the illusion, let Shiraishi understand that Shirogakure's current actions were mainly to hunt down Black Mist Shiraishi. Shirogakure acted very quickly. There were almost more than 7,000 Shirogakure ninjas scattered throughout the 13 southern districts. They cut off the direct connection between Kono-Kuni and Sunagakure in a very strong manner, and conducted large-scale searches in this area. Look for the Black Mist White Stone. The top brass of Kono-Kuni leaked the secret to Shirogakure, saying that Black Mist Shiraishi was still in Kono-Kuni. Orochimaru naturally got wind of it, but he did not reveal it to Shiraishi. Perhaps he was also curious about whether Shiraishi could break through these difficulties and obstacles and return to the direction of Sunagakure surrounded by layers of Shirogakure. In fact, the reputation of Shirogakure Shiraishi is also very loud among Shirogakure, because many of the secret techniques he has mastered are related to the second generation Mizukage. According to Shirogakure, this Black Mist Shiraishi reading www.ukanshu must have stolen some of the secret techniques of the second generation Mizukage, and the other developed Black Mist techniques made Shirogakure very enthusiastic about capturing the Black Mist Shiraishi. Taking into account the strength of Kurogiri Shiraishi, Shirogakure specially sent the strongest of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Watermelon Mountain Fugu Oni, and the decapitating sword holder Loquat Juzo to chase Kurogiri Shiraishi. In addition, there are many Shirogakure perception squads and assassination teams, all gathered in the southern 13th district, to organize operations against Shiraishi. Shiraishi's situation suddenly became dangerous. Shirogakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, fully targeted Shiraishi, leaving him in a precarious situation. Especially fighting in the geographical environment of the 13th district in the southern part of Koano country is also a great blessing for Shirogakure. Black mist surrounded the depths of the Koano-Kuni forest. Shiraishi felt the large number of Shirogakure ninjas holding his silver sword, and his palms couldn't help but sweat. Shirogakure really spent a lot of money to deal with himself. Shiraishi originally planned to retreat to the north of Kono-Kuni and take a detour back to Sunagakure, but he found that there were a large number of Konoha Anbu members on the back road. In fact, these Anbu members exist to monitor Shirogakure's movements. They are deeply afraid that Shirogakure will go north to invade the country of Konoha, so Konoha also strengthens the protection of this area, but Shiraishi is also afraid that his whereabouts will be discovered by Konoha. Surrounded by Konoha and Shirogakure, Black Mist surrounded Shiraishi, temporarily disappearing. P.S. I'm very tired today. I couldn't divide the text into 2 chapters after typing, so I posted the entire content together. Orochimaru placed a curse seal on Anko during the battle at Mount Kakayo. This was a plot explained in the first film, so although the timeline is a bit confusing, it has nothing to do with me. This book should be on the shelves next week. Please remember to support and subscribe. Writing a book is not easy. I often stay up late and feel dizzy. Chapter 104, Existence Above Genius. The 13th district in the southern part of the kingdom of Koa is a coastal area. Compared to the windy and sandy land of the wind, the environment here is extremely favorable for Shirogakure's ninja fighting style. In the original historical direction, Sunagakure voluntarily withdrew from the southern 13 districts due to the disastrous defeat at Mount Kakayo, but Konoha took the initiative to hand over this area to Sunagakure for assistance due to its relationship with Shirogakure. Then Rasa and Shirogakure secretly planned to carve up the southern region of Kono-Kuni to avoid war. Hayakura was sacrificed by Rasa for the main battle and died in the Shirogakure village. In the current time and space, Eluosha was in a coma due to an ambush in the Apocalypse mountain range. The main battle faction within the elder group gained the upper hand and appointed Ye Cang and Shiraishi to coordinate the overall situation, clearly explaining Sunagakure's current attitude to the outside world. The area where the main forces of Ye Cang and Sunagakure are located is under a waterfall on the border between the country of Wind and the country of Sichuan, where a large number of Sunagakure ninjas are stationed. A large number of sensory ninjas searched for Shiraishi's whereabouts and provided support, but unexpectedly found that they could not capture Shiraishi's chakra at all. Shiraishi, jounin, is very worried about the whereabouts of Shiraishi. As a member of the barrier class, she will find time to go to the perception class every day to confirm the whereabouts of Shiraishi. Don't worry, with his current strength, Shirogakure is not something that an ordinary ninja or two can handle. Teacher, I want to go out and look for him too. Stop messing around and do your job. After Ye Cang signaled Cheng Yuanxi to leave with Jounin, there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Without a well-known and resourceful ninja like Kurogiri Shiraishi and a brave and foolhardy general like Hayakura in charge, Shirogakure had made many tentative moves against Sunagakure in the past few days, but they were all blocked by Sunagakure. At the same time, in Ye Cang's camp, a white stone puppet wearing a black cloak was sitting on the desk, handling a large number of official documents and military arrangements, and transfers. The number of detonating symbols has been processed during this period, and part of it has been replenished. Binglian pills and other materials are still in a scarce state. The war between Sunagakure and Shirogakure must end in a short time. Although the real Shiraishi was hunted by Shirogakure everywhere, Shiraishi arranged a puppet clone of one of himself in Ye Cang's camp to assist Ye Cang in handling internal affairs. Shirogakure seems to be surrounding you very tightly. The existence of the human puppet Shiraishi is currently known to all Sunagakure, except Hayakura and Abizo. The reason why they deliberately concealed this matter is mainly to make Shirogakure paralyzed and careless and neglect to take precautions against Sunagakure. My contact with my body perception is also often cut off. Shirogakure's barrier is very obstructive, and the body's black mist protects me. Now he can only receive very limited information from me. Shirogakure's blockade is very severe, and there are traces of Shirogakure's troops on most of the land in the 13th district in the southern part of Koano country. Shiraishi walked in the huge forest area of Koa country, and the more he walked, the more frightened he became. It was not far away from the country of Wind, but why was this area so vital and capable of giving birth to so many giant forests? Even the loss of his own chakra has been greatly reduced in the forest area of the kingdom of Sichuan. It is completely different from the huge desert area of the kingdom of Wind, although his sand gathering skills are greatly reduced here. More than a day has passed, and Shiraishi has not advanced much. It is obvious that he is in an extremely dangerous situation, and Shirogakure's blockade of him seems to be shrinking and encircling him. Is my chakra being tracked? Although the black mist technique can block part of the perception, it is nothing more than a complete shield after all. What's more, this time it is Shirogakure, who is far more sensitive to water and ice escape techniques than other villagers at the same time. A large number of small fish were swimming on various water surface streams, conducting comprehensive surveillance of the southern 13th district. The holder of the large shark mussel, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, was coldly watching the changes in the surrounding chakra. Black mist Shiraishi's movements were detected again. As the strongest holder of the same shark mussel in history, the watermelon mountain puffer demon's strength is self-evident. After careful investigation, Shiraishi's scope of activities is being narrowed little by little. The same shark in his hand is tied up with a bandage. Under the bandage is a dark blue blade covered with barbs. This knife is alive and used to cut people. It only recognizes the people it likes and will attack others. Able to absorb the opponent's chakra during battle and give the absorbed chakra to the user. Samehuda was originally a small fish that followed the three tails and was responsible for helping the three tails absorb and consume chakra. It is usually attached to Isato's belly, responsible for cleaning up the residue, absorbing food from Isato's belly, extracting a large amount of chakra, and then sending the chakra back to Isato's body. Its power lies in the fact that it can extract 5 times the normal amount of chakra from food. The chakra stored in Samehuda's body will be continuously sent to Isato's body. When he fights, it is used to cut people. After recognizing the master of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, it will attack other people. It can absorb the opponent's chakra and use it for its own use. It can also use the large amount of chakra stored in the same muscle to stimulate the body cell regeneration, and it can also make the body cells regenerate. Samehada merged with himself to become a fishman. With the help of Samehada's power, the watermelon mountain Fuguoni became a very troublesome existence for all major ninja villages. Being cunning and greedy by nature, he did not intend to directly deal with Kurogiri Shiraishi, but let Kirigakure's assassination team and Mr. Loquat Juzo take action. That guy from the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost is still as gloomy as ever, but that's because he's so big. As a partner, Loquat Juozang naturally knows this guy's temperament and character. This time to deal with Black Mist Shiraishi, Kirigakure deployed many experts, and even some special blood successor families joined in. However, these people all respected Zigwashin Pufferfish Ghost. Under his command, Beishi fell into an extremely unfavorable situation. Black Mist Shiraishi is the person who is rumored to have mastered the secret technique of the second generation Mizukage. Perhaps through him, we can learn the true core secret of the Ghost Lantern clan. The main goal of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost is to inherit the secret techniques of the Ghost Lantern clan. As long as he can obtain the secret techniques left by the second generation Mizukage, then his strength is expected to reach a high level. At this time, Shiraishi was finally formally attacked by a Kirigakure team. Countless thousands of bullets were shot out, turning into a rain of needles. Shiraishi controlled the send control technique to instantly form countless send shields for protection. However, being in the forest, the power of send control was exhausted. Chakra increases significantly. The intensified consumption, coupled with the limited chakra conversion of the sand gathering technique, made Beishi stop fighting with the sand shield. He turned the silver knife in his hand and turned into a silver cold light. In the process, Beishi shot out countless whirlwind knives. Evacuate the battlefield. However, during the retreat, a beheading sword was suddenly attacked. As the silver sword blocked it, Kirigakure's unique thick fog technique appeared, completely covering the forest. This is Loquat Juzo. At the moment of contemplation, Shiraishi made a move with the silver sword in his hand, and Loquat Juozang's beheading sword quickly turned into a terrifying killing storm. Loquat Juozang's decapitating sword attack was very fierce. The moment the sword struck violently, Shiraishi blocked it with the silver knife in his hand, but saw Loquat Juozang kick out fiercely, and Shiraishi also kicked him in return. The 2 feet just collided, but Shiraishi, who wanted to save energy and chakra, tightened his calves and pushed his knees, directing the rebounding force to his thighs, and then through his thighs to his waist and abdomen. Using a special reverse force. He used Loquat Juozang's feet as the ground to complete the second blow, and punched out with his right hand, fast and fierce. Water release water fang bullet. Loquat Juzo spits out a ball of water and attacks him. This water escape technique can cause physical damage to the enemy. The principle is that, by combining compressed water with rotation, the lethality can be enhanced. As long as you use it to launch attacks from any angle, and use it in conjunction with other techniques during combat, it can be effective in luring or disturbing the enemy. Shiraishi did not choose to use earth escape or water escape to fight, but directly use the silver sword to cut away forcefully. In the process, he saw that Loquat Juozang's real killer move had arrived. Water escape, water burst. The giant water ball that was generated in an instant hit Shiraishi like a bomb. However, Shiraishi saw the silver knife in his hand carrying a powerful whirlwind knife, and was not afraid to slash at the water ball in front of him. There was a loud explosion. Shiraishi rushed forward again, stuck to Loquat Juzo, and adopted close combat mode. Melee. He actually plans to fight me in close combat. Instinctively, he wanted to mock Shiraishi for daring to engage in close combat in front of him, Loquat Juozang. But soon Loquat Juozang became surprised, because the explosive power of Shiraishi's first kick shocked him. During the strong explosion impact, Shiraishi shook his legs, removed all the weight, and started moving at high speed, and his figure flashed over like a ghost. So fast. And why is this guy getting faster and faster? Loquat Juozang originally wanted to take advantage of the situation, to dodge and distance himself, but before he could make any move, Shiraishi's attacks came one after another, and the path of the knife was ever changing, leaving no gap for him. As a last resort, Zhang hurriedly raised his beheading sword and put his heavy heart on it. He turned his back sharply, shaking his joints, and unleashed his strength. The sword slashes with a powerful water ripple, killing move point, but at this moment, Shiraishi turned into countless foam after images and appeared behind Zhang. The moment he stabbed out the silver knife in his hand, he saw Zhang dissipate in front of Shiraishi and turned into water. The 7 ninja swordsmen are indeed Shirogakuri's strongest combat force. The seemingly ordinary Zhang also has such a difficult physical combat ability. Shiraishi tried to launch an illusion offensive. However, Zhang seemed to sense Shiraishi's intention and once again spit out a strong thick fog to surround him. I didn't expect you, a brat, to be top-notch in both ninjutsu and physical skills. No wonder that guy from Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish is so careful with you. Juzo couldn't help but praise in the thick fog, but Shiraishi seized the floor at this time, locked the chakra for an instant, and turned into a silver light to kill point. But Zhang laughed loudly. I caught you, Black Mist Shiraishi. Juzo's hand turned into a giant water prison technique. Shiraishi realized that he had been tricked, so he changed his mind and launched a steam explosion. The strong steam flow dispersed the water prison, but Zhang wielded the most powerful beheading sword in his hand. At this time, Shiraishi held his breath, and countless bubbles shot out from behind. Water escape bubble impact. Combining Boing's Aria with wind escape, he created a water escape technique similar to a shockwave, but he saw that Juzo's fist had already been smashed down. Boom. The fist hit the blocking hands. Shiraishi's body swayed, and taking advantage of the counter-attack, his left arm shook, and the electric light on the silver knife in his hand was activated, and the electricity shot out, forcing Zhang to give up, dodge again, and beheaded the sword. Block it. At this time, Shiraishi was boiling with murderous intent. The silver sword was struck faster than the other, and the battle became more and more crazy. Juzo also wielded the decapitating sword and attacked Shiraishi. Both sides' attacks and defenses were intertwined, leaving many injuries on both of them. Other Shirogakure troops also gradually approached Shiraishi and Juzo, and began to rush into the thick fog. Idiot, don't come in. Seeing many Shirogakure companions rushing into the thick fog, Juzo was a little anxious. The black mist and white stone were moving faster and faster, fighting in the chaotic fog. Sometimes more people may not be an advantage. With a scream, Shiraishi sliced off the head of one of the Shirogakure ninjas with a knife, and at the same time, grabbed the other Shirogakure with one hand, and instantly attached 3 detonating charms in the flames of the explosion. Shiraishi grabbed one person, and threw a kunai, which he quickly reflected and stabbed into the heart of the opponent with fast and accurate speed. Zhang stepped forward to stop him, but the ground at the feet of Beishi began to soften and collapse. Countless high-temperature steam was ejected from the broken ground, and thick fog swept in. Oops. The mysterious attacker condensed countless water spray guns in his hands, and then fired wildly at Shiraishi's head. Soon Shiraishi's head was smashed, and turned into a pile of mud like corpse. Man. You guy is here too. Zhang walked out of the thick fog, and was very surprised to see the ghost lamp Manu appearing here. As a genius in the village, he has always been determined to collect all 7 swords, so he has set the goal of surpassing the 7 ninja swords. Reading www.kanshu. Net is a member of the Shirogakure hidden mobile team. The attack this time was in line with his combat style. Silver white hair, with a hint of arrogance and disdain. When the fierce battle between Juzo and Shiraishi reached its climax, he decisively chose to attack in a sneak attack, killing Kurogiri Shiraishi with an extremely strong posture. I thought Black Mist Beishi was so powerful, but ended up getting my head blown off with a water gun. Sure enough, I'm a genius. GUI. Deng Manu was very proud, and turned to look at Zhang. However, there was something strange in the surrounding atmosphere at this time. The white stone corpse that had been headshot earlier turned into countless mudslides, and turned into a special trap under his stunned eyes. Earth escape mudstone prison. Referring to the water prison in Shirogakure just now, Shiraishi developed the mudrock prison by himself during the battle. Under the incredulous gaze of Ghost Lantern Manu, Shiraishi once again condensed and formed from the mudslide. As its appearance became clearer and clearer, Ghost Lantern Manu still couldn't believe this. One scene point impossible. How could this guy do it? The power of the round pupils was released, and the pupils of Beishi's eyes became strange and unpredictable. The silver knife in his hand pierced Gui Deng Manu's chest at an extremely fast speed. If you are a genius, then I am the existence above the genius. The moment they looked at each other, Shiraishi activated the illusion technique and created a special mud and stone prison technique, which in turn suppressed the ghost lamp full moon point. Even though the hydration technique was activated, Ghost Lantern Manu couldn't help but spit out a large amount of blood and then coughed violently. PS. Now Ghost Lantern Full Moon is not the owner of the flounder yet. The first owner only became the second user of the flounder after he was beaten to death by Kei's father. So it's still in the growing stage. Loquat Juzo's own strength is not bad. Being able to escape and not die in front of Kei's father who opened the 8 gates shows that he is very powerful in physical skills. As for ninjutsu, he is no worse than Zabuza. Chapter 105. The Strength of Elite Jounin. As the strongest being in Shirogakure 7 future ninja swordsman, Onitao Maingetsu is extremely talented. In terms of chakra, mastery of techniques, and comprehensive abilities in various aspects, Onitao Maingetsu is slightly inferior to Loquat Juzo, but his experience still too lacking in all aspects. After Shiraishi severely wounded Gui Leng Manu with a knife, he did not hesitate to fight. Instead, he generated a huge black mist around him and retreated. At this time, countless thousands of arrows were shot out, locking Shiraishi's retreat direction. More hunters appeared in Shirogakure's secret mobile force. During the process of shooting countless thousands of weapons, Shiraishi found a strong destructive airflow behind him. While evading them. It's Loquat Juzo. The airflow of the explosion bloomed, and Shiraishi quickly avoided the beheading sword attack. But Juzo, holding a giant sword, attacked unabated. The vortex of airflow generated by the weapon cut off several hairs of Shiraishi, and countless whirlwind knives were blasted out. But they were blocked by Loquat Juozang's water escape. No more pointless waste of chakra. This is not a country of wind, and when the sand gathering technique cannot be used in non-desert areas, the loss of White Stone's chakra is huge. Without the sand gathering technique, a large number of techniques, including the round pupil, have become very economical to use and cannot be squandered like Kikiyama. In fact, even the environment around Mount Kikayo in the early stages was unfavorable to Sunagakure. Later, after more than a dozen sand control ninjas released a large number of sand control techniques, the Mount Kikayo area was reluctantly transformed into a desert environment. The two sides once again fought with fists and kicks. During the intertwining process of ordinary thick fog and black thick fog, Loquat Juozang lifted the ghost lamp full moon to the rear of the Shirogakure troops with a kick, signaling them for rescue. The two swords kept crossing each other, and the more Shiraishi fought, the more troublesome he felt, because Loquat Juozang's attack routine was very simple, but there were almost no flaws in his body, which made Shiraishi a little irritated. After several consecutive attacks merged, Shiraishi quickly sprayed out countless bubbles, but saw the decapitating sword blocking the moment. Shiraishi controlled the mirage to appear in another area, but at this time the shadow of the decapitating sword appeared behind him. When using physical skills to fight, you still need to overcome some subtle movement habits. Loquat Juzo's decapitating sword struck down fiercely. Although Shiraishi avoided the vital point in time, the skin and flesh on his back instantly tore open, leaving a huge bloody mark. Finally, I've got you. With one successful blow, Loquat Juozang showed a smile. Although your abilities are very comprehensive and balanced, I'm best at seizing any flaw in the battle and killing with one blow. The seemingly rough and arrogant Loquat Juzo had already briefly analyzed some of Black Mist Shiraishi's abilities in his previous battle with Shiraishi. In terms of illusions, although Kurogiri Shiraishi has a record of defeating the Konoha Kurama family, judging from the few tentative battles just now, Kurogiri Shiraishi's illusion abilities are more likely to be counterattacks. Conventional illusions only need to be used against the Uchiha family tactics. It will work. The previous thick fog spread, Loquat Juzo successfully evaded Shiraishi's mirage illusion, and the guy in the ghost lamp full moon looked at Shiraishi in the black mist and cast an illusion on his body. Shiraishi's illusions seem to be very strong, but they are actually based on his own powerful spiritual world in the Moonbat's ability to increase. However, after the battle with Kurama's family, Moonbat also suffered the backlash of illusions and has not recovered yet, resulting in Shiraishi's current illusion skills. They are all based on their own illusions in terms of ninjutsu. Shiraishi also mastered a lot of techniques, but the main ones were wind escape and water escape. Earth escape was more supportive, and there was insufficient information on fire escape. Finally, there is Shiraishi's strongest physical skill. Although he moves very fast, during the several attacks of Loquat Juzo's decapitating sword, Shiraishi's body movements and habits were simply observed, especially after he stabbed the ghost lamp full moon. Loquat Juzang seized the opportunity and severely wounded Ubeshi with a knife. Intelligence collection, information processing, and designated tactical plans. Loquat Juzang completed everything almost in an instant. Even though Shiraishi had many special secret techniques and methods, they were eclipsed by Loquat Juzang's simple 3-blade axe point as an elite jounin. Loquat Juzo is strong enough to compete with ordinary Kage level. Although his skills are average and his illusion resistance is not good, he knows his shortcomings and relies on a Shirogakure technique to cleverly contain Shiraishi. Is this the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen? One of the 5 most powerful ninja villages, the decapitating sword sucked the blood from Shiraishi's body. Loquat Juzang didn't give Shiraishi any chance and quickly rushed forward and struck with the knife. The moment the silver sword blocked him, Loquat Juzang kicked out fiercely. In the process of severely injuring Shiraishi, Loquat Juzang turned over and jumped, holding Shiraishi's neck with one hand, and the latter quickly turned into countless mudslide substitutes. But Loquat Juzang threw the decapitating sword in his hand directly and quickly slashed to a certain position in the air. In desperation, Shiraishi raised the knife again to block the momentum. In the process, Loquat Juzang appeared behind him, and his palm condensed a powerful water shock wave move. The water flow of the explosion directly hit Shiraishi, but he was able to withstand Loquat Juzang's attack. At the same time, the silver knife also forcibly penetrated Loquat Juzang's arm. Both sides were injured and retreated. Shiraishi's injuries were more serious, while Loquat Juzang licked the wound on his arm and showed a smile. Although he wears glasses, it is very hard to fight. Ignoring Loquat Juzo's words, Shiraishi quickly used the sand control technique to introduce the generated sand and dust to the ground, trying to create a small desert environment zone. However, at this time, the desert had not yet formed, and the surrounding water rolled up tens of meters into the air like a large waterfall. UU Reading www.ukanshu. Net hits with fierce water volume, forming a huge river, water, release, great waterfall technique. 1. Of Shirogakure village's signature ninjutsu, Juzo Pagoda used this move, which also consumed a lot of his chakra, but he knew very well that Shiraishi's sand control technique must be blocked, so the great waterfall jutsu seized the opportunity to cut off Shiraishi's sand control technique. Sand control chain execution. Is this the so-called elite jounin? A few simple techniques and ordinary taijutsu can completely suppress him. Although he successfully suppressed Shiraishi, Loquat Juzang was helpless. It was very embarrassing for him to go all out to deal with such a brat. I'm one of the 7 powerful ninja swordsmen. However, the water flow created by Loquat Juzo did not disperse little by little. On the contrary, it tended to expand its scope more and more. Shiraishi suddenly screamed that something was wrong, and suddenly countless water prisons suddenly rose up. A terrifying knife like a blue monster attacked and instantly bit Shiraishi's arm, tearing off half of his clothes and biting off a large piece of flesh and blood from Shiraishi's arm. In the blood-soaked scene, another member of the 7 ninja swordsman group, the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost, came in with a samehada, quickly injuring Shiraishi again and draining away the little remaining chakra. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Shiraishi exposed his muscular upper body, panting and staring at the 2 elite jounins of Shirogakure in front of him. The silver sword in his hand gradually began to lose its support. PS. Shiraishi was able to kill the leader of the Kurama family before. The first was the environment transformed by the desert of Platikadon Mountain. For Shiraishi with the sand gathering technique, chakra consumption was not a problem. The second was the bonus of the Moonbat illusion. This briefly gave Shiraishi the ability to compete with the Kurama family through Jinjutsu. The country of Sichuan is not in a favorable geographical position, but is still recuperating, and Juazao Loquat is a truly elite jounin level master, so he is naturally unbeatable. Chapter 106, The Last Choice. The sudden attack of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost made the situation in Beishi become even more dangerous. The increasingly rapid river underfoot and the invisible cold air behind them indicated that this battle was dangerous. Whoosh whoosh, countless ice needles shot out, and in the darkness, a strong man from the Minazuki family took action. Countless cold air produced ice mirrors in the surrounding air, blocking Shiraishi's retreat. Black mist, white stone, surrender. The goal of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost is the second generation water shadow secret technique on Shiraishi. Although it can be searched by investigating the body, it has no soul, and it is difficult to scan the brain memory, so it chooses to read the memory. After being captured alive, Shiraishi, who was well aware of Kirigakure's virtues, ignored the words of the watermelon mountain puffer demon. As he turned sideways to avoid the ice needle, he saw Loquat Juzo's decapitating sword coming at him again. While the silver knife was blocking it, he saw a second wave of ice needles pierce into Shiraishi's back again. Even Shiraishi couldn't help but groan. Blood spattered, and Shiraishi gritted his teeth in the sharp pain of the ice needles. The knife turned to attack fiercely. Suffering another heavy blow, Loquat Juzo increased his strength, and the decapitating sword in his hand instantly struck the silver sword. The cracks in the blade revealed a hint of sadness in Shiraishi's expression. Although the silver sword is not a masterpiece made by a famous master, it has accompanied Shiraishi in battles for many years, but now it has reached its limit. Fight with me until the end. The cracks in the silver knife were getting bigger and bigger. Although it was overwhelmed, it seemed to have the same spirit as the user, who became more and more courageous as he fought. Shiraishi held the silver knife and roared. The whirlwind knife airflow generated in an instant almost hit Loquat Juzang's neck. Cut it out. The sudden whirlwind sword made Loquat Juzo concentrate on alert again. No matter how weak he was still the black mist and white stone of Sunagakure, and he could not be compared with ordinary opponents. The watermelon puffer ghost and the powerful Minazuki appeared at the other 2 points to double team Shiraishi. The blood on Beishi's body was allowed to blend into the river little by little. Faced with an unprecedented predicament, Shiraishi inspired a fighting spirit in his body. He held the silver knife in his hand, and the steam suddenly spread violently and exploded. The sudden heat shattered the surrounding mirror blockade. It's the second generation Mizukage's technique. At this moment, the chakra remaining in Shiraishi's body caused the surging heat to flow down his spine, turning into an explosion of kicking the ground, pushing his speed to the extreme in an instant. Moving at high speed, like an arrow leaving the string, he suddenly jumped in front of Loquat Juzang, and the silver knife danced with a brilliant instantaneous slash. However, Loquat Juzo reacted quickly, and the silver sword and the decapitating sword collided again. After the violent impact, Shiraishi took a step back. At this time, the strong man from the Minazuki family could not hold back and quickly stepped forward, holding an ice needle to attack. Soon enough, Shiraishi twisted his entire back hard, his thigh muscles tightened, and his knees roared out, hitting the abdomen of the strong man from the Minazuki family in front of him. Suffering from Shiraishi's near-death counterattack, the strong man Minazuki's eyes bulged. Tears and snot flowed across his face, and his body fell softly. The Tsukuyomi Fugu Kisame's muscles quickly split a water shockwave, leaving another scar on Shiraishi's chest. Exploding high temperature airflow boiled in the water at the foot of Shiraishi, but at this time, Loquat Juzang was holding a decapitating sword, and a huge vortex of water flow was also generated around him. Ninja Taijutsu water explosion slash. With the help of the river environment, Loquat Juzang turned into a powerful whirlpool of water and rushed directly towards Beishi. However, Beishi was seen holding a silver knife towards the sky, and the last whirlwind knife gathered into a powerful storm force. The last moves of the two parties collided with each other, causing extreme airflow to spread in all directions, causing violent fluctuations in the surrounding rivers. The silver knife shattered in an uproar, and at the same time, the decapitating sword struck Shiraishi's chest with one strike. Black mist, white stone. It's over. The broken silver knife, the broken body, and the blood falling drop by drop, aroused Yuan. Yuan's emotions, her increasingly uneasy mind made it difficult for Yuan to suppress her worries. She clasped her hands tightly, and the only thing she could do now was to pray for Shiraishi's safety. In the camp, the human puppet Shiraishi's face became very strange, and the weak connection with his body in the distance was also cut off. Unable to continue to connect together, something happened to the body. "What's wrong with you?" "It's okay, just a little tired." Although he didn't know why this clone Beishi could exist for so long and even felt tired, Ye Cang couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw that his brows were furrowed, but he didn't say anything. Since the most important passage between the 13th district in the south of Koa country and the country of wind is blocked by a giant waterfall, and Shirogakure is stationed at the other end of the waterfall, Sunagakure is forced to station under the waterfall. This makes Sunagakure's geographical location extremely unfavorable, but fortunately, Shirogakure has not taken any major action so far, which requires Sunagakure to break through the obstruction of the waterfall in front of him within enough time. Shiraishi's eyes were dyed red with blood. He was continuously hacked by the Watermelon Mountain Fugu Ghost and Loquat Juzo. His body had already been stabbed with dozens of wounds and a large number of kunai and senbon. He was panting heavily and looking at more and more people. Shirogakure ninja, Shiraishi guided by blood. A large number of detonating symbols appeared on the water. Shiraishi, who mastered the printing technology of detonating talismans, actually hid a large number of detonating talismans in this area when he first used the sand control technique. Since the detonating talisman was afraid of being soaked in water and would lose its power, Shiraishi used his own blood as a guide to strengthen it. The explosive power of the detonating talisman was increased. The 7 ninja swordsman's Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, Loquat Juzo. There are also the elite members of the Shirogakure hidden mobile team. These people are now within the area where they have deployed the detonating talisman. Shirogakure, don't you know what Sunagakure likes to do the most during the Battle of Kakayo Mountain? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's face turned cold, and he looked at each other with Loquat Juozang. He was not afraid of the appearance of the detonating talisman, because the explosive power of the detonating talisman was almost very weak in this environment, and the black mist and white stone were intimidating them. Thinking of this, everyone in Shirogakure accelerated the siege. Facing more and more Shirogakure ninjas, Yu reading www.ukanshu.net. The corners of Shiraishi's mouth slightly raised in the dark, and he slowly took off his glasses, revealing a completely different posture from usual. Shiraishi's attitude just now was to deliberately lower the vigilance of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon and Loquat Juzo, luring them and this group of Shirogakure elites to come. Countless blood turned into boiling high temperature water vapor, briefly evaporating the water around the detonating talisman, and at the same time, the white stone seal activated the detonating talisman. Bang, like a roar. It filled the entire 13th district in the southern part of Koa country. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and Loquat Juzo quickly retreated, but the powerful explosion impact still caused them to suffer heavy injuries and vomited blood. This kid really knows how to explode. Sunagakure's characteristics are even more ferocious than our Shirogakures. He explodes at every turn. The two of them looked at the area that was engulfed in flames, and there were many companions who were caught in the explosion and had no time to escape, and they remained silent for a long time. Beishi, who was in the sea of fire, became more and more unconscious. He closed his eyes for a moment and showed a relieved smile. The scenes in the past at Platikaden Mountain, as well as the final scene of the explosion of the sacrificed people, echoed in my mind one by one. This time, he chose to sacrifice himself to protect everyone. If you feel guilty, I just want to say sorry to Juan, because Shiraishi originally planned to build a complete family with her after the ninja war meow in a quiet cave. In the kingdom of Sichuan, a chubby orange cat was leisurely basking in the sun. After yawning and stretching, he picked up a glass of homemade juice and gently the ground took a sip. At this time, a strong explosion in the distance shocked the orange cat. The juice fell to the ground, and it jumped up with great agility that was completely inconsistent with its weight. I'm scared to death. Who is so wicked as to set off such a big firecracker? Chapter 107, Forest of Azura. In the faint spiritual world, 7 mirrors are erected around the hall, reflecting the memories of the 7 different worlds, and playing different stories. Different brilliance is reflected in the rotating mirror, which is dark and profound. Shiraishi's ontological consciousness is facing the 7 rotating mirrors, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. Birth, old age, illness, death, resentment, separation from love, failure to seek. Under different life circumstances, any change will produce a completely different trajectory. Suddenly, the 7th mirror, representing white stone, is undergoing drastic changes, and is gradually showing a tendency to disintegrate and destroy. The self in the mirror is using serial detonating symbols to bomb everything around him. During the explosion, Shiraishi's body suffered heavy injuries and slowly fell down. Just when everything was about to end, his glasses played an unexpected role. Under a soft light, Shiraishi was teleported to another area deep in the forest by the glasses system. Obviously, this pair of glasses does not want the host to die directly. Under the crisp sound, different melodies echoed, like a soul-stirring performance. In the world of consciousness, Shiraishi looked at the mysterious mirror and the mysterious memory. Is it accidental or inevitable? For a long time, Shiraishi thought that obtaining the glasses and these memory fragments was a coincidence. However, as he was about to die this time, Shiraishi discovered the strangeness of his soul. The souls of humans in the present world must go to the Pure Land after death, but their souls do not have the chakra mark of the Pure Land at the moment of leaving the body, but directly return to the spiritual world, where the 7 mirrors are located. Although the place where Shiraishi was teleported was within the territory of Koinokuni, it actually had another nickname, Ashura's Forest. As history has evolved over countless years, the names of many mountains and rivers have changed, but what remains unchanged is the great source and determination he left behind. This huge forest is also the evolution of Ashura's wood release, true 1,000 hands, and Buddha on the top. One move can change the environmental changes in this area. The ancient immortals were so powerful. After the changes of the times, and the fact that some secret forces were able to bury it, Ashura's former residence has long become a place that cannot be verified in the ninja world. In addition, the Koinokuni forest is connected to the Konoha forest, so no one noticed the difference in this forest. Deep underground, there is extremely strong life force. At this moment, the glasses system automatically activates the special devouring function to help Shiraishi's physical body absorb the life energy deep in the ground. The huge source of life quickly integrated into Shiraishi's body, constantly repairing his damaged body. However, the side effects of absorbing the power of life are undoubtedly obvious. A large number of plants appear on Shiraishi's body, as if they are about to be swallowed up by trees. The excess life force will cause this result. What's more, this is Ashura's wood release, which is more powerful than the first Hokage. Normal people can be directly swallowed by the wood release if they come into contact with it. However, at this time, the glasses on Shiraishi suddenly released light, converting, absorbing, and swallowing all the wood escape power. At the same time, Shiraishi expelled the remaining wood escape life force in his body. Oh my god, the glasses are sperm. The orange cat fairy in the distance was scared to death. He had never seen a pair of glasses that could turn him into a spirit. What kind of weird world is this? Suddenly, opening his eyes, Shiraishi rubbed his eyes. When he woke up, he picked up his glasses and put them on and got up with great difficulty. Wasn't he with Shirogakure just now? This is deep in the forest of Koinokuni, but I was clearly close to the Sunagakure camp just now. Who saved me? Could it be this weird orange cat opposite? One person and one cat were looking at each other like this, and at the same time, the psychic beast interface in the system seemed to be analyzing the value of the fat orange cat in front of them. In the distant Sunagakure camp, the human puppet Shiraishi's face was solemn, because he could feel that the condition of his main body was very bad. The powerful explosion that followed made him blink his eyelids. As a puppet clone of the White Stone Man, he had a part of his own self-regeneration core and chakra, so even if the main body died, he and the other 4 could survive for a long time. A period of time. Some scattered memory fragments were introduced into the mind of the human puppet Shiraishi. the scene of the fierce battle between Loquat Juzo, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon and others, as well as the strategy of the final detonation talisman, all made the puppet Shiraishi terrified. However, when the main body appeared in the mysterious forest and was successfully treated, the connection between the human puppet Shiraishi and the real Shiraishi basically returned to normal because Shirogakure lifted the blockade after confirming that Shiraishi died in battle. The consciousnesses are connected, and after the simple communication is completed, the human puppet Shiraishi will temporarily continue to act as the original identity, so that he can deal with the news that Shirogakure has successfully killed Shirogakure Shiraishi. At the same time, it also conceals the true information that the main body is still on the other side of the country of Sichuan. But now it seems that the main body has other plans over there. Thinking of this, the human puppet Shiraishi took off his black cloak, put on the same coat and clothes as Shiraishi used to wear, and slowly stepped out of the Sunagakure camp. As for Shirogakure, the detonating talisman activated by Shiraishi killed 45 members of Shirogakure's secret mobile team and seriously injured 125 others. Watermelon Mountain Fuguoni and Loquat Juzo were both more or less injured. This kid is really crazy, dragging the unconscious ghost full moon. Loquat Juzo said with lingering fear that he never expected that Shirogakure and Shiraishi would eventually adopt such a method to die together, but he finally eliminated a big enemy for Shirogakure. Still, haven't found the body of Black Mist Beishi. Yes, it may have been blown up to the point where there are no bones left. Facing the report from his subordinates, Ziguashan Puffer Ghost looked a little ugly. He did not expect that this large-scale attack would be in vain. Anyway, we are going to release the news first, saying that we have successfully killed the Black Mist Whitestone. Before Loquat Juzo could finish speaking, the intelligence department received news that Sunagakure had welcomed back Kurogiri Shiraishi. After hearing this information, the two of them seemed to have seen a ghost. The intelligence department is sure that it is the Black Mist Whitestone. Is it some transformation technique or something else? The chakra perception of the perception class is the same. Ignoring the news from the intelligence department, UU reading www.ukanu.net. Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost used chakra to investigate on his own and found that there was a chakra reaction in the distance in the direction of Sunagakure that was almost the same as Shiraishi. If he hadn't just fought, he would have thought Black Mist Shiraishi had broken through the blockade point and deep in the forest. A person and a cat looked directly at each other. Raccoon, your sister. I'm a cat fairy. Although he was roaring in his heart, the orange cat couldn't speak human language, so he could only shake his head and meow. It turns out to be a cat. I'm so fat that I can't even recognize it. Fat sister, do you talk like this? But even though he was roaring, in Shiraishi's eyes, he was very cute. A little hungry. Shiraishi looked at the orange cat like this. The cat's hair was all frightened because it could feel that the man opposite seemed to regard it as food. The orange cat was almost going crazy. How could this human being be so hateful? Not only did he seize the huge life energy in this forest, but he also planned to treat this cat as food. At this time, in the psychic beast interface of the Shiraishi glasses system, the quality appraisal of the orange cat also came out. It was rated green and could be used as a psychic beast, but it was recommended to directly subdue the cat to become a domestic cat and eat cat food. It should be an ordinary ninja cat, but its strength is so poor that it doesn't even have the ability to master speech. Fortunately, he ignored the orange cat and turned around to observe the huge forest in front of him. The forest of Ashura. P.S. This chapter is very lively. I'll give you an extra update, so you don't have to worry about it. Be good. To be honest, everything is paced according to the schedule before and after the book is released, so if you have any suggestions, you can directly make them, but don't directly ask me to change the outline. Chapter 108, Ashura Rotsutsuki. The Forest of Ashura. The map icon displayed in the system clearly shows the real name of this area. This was the first time Shiraishi had heard of the name Ashura. In fact, in the past he had only known the Six Paths Sage, the founder of Ninja Way, and the deeds of his descendants Ashura and Indra were rarely recorded in history. Shiraishi was also surprised by the place name Ashura Forest and the brief introduction marked in the glasses system. Only then did he realize that the glasses system was based on a large number of books imported by Shiraishi's original library. One of them was recorded in the travel notes of a small family in ancient times, marking this forest with the name Ashura Forest Point. Shiraishi had also read through this travel diary. There were too many absurd stories in it, except for the simple record that the immortal of 6 paths had 2 sons, Ashura and Indra. The rest of the gossip was really hard to distinguish between true and false. So Shiraishi did not read this notebook in detail at that time point. Unexpectedly, after screening and collection in the glasses system, it was confirmed that Ashura was indeed the son of the sage of 6 paths and the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan in the Senju clan point bloodline. Shiraishi's upper body was completely naked. Although Mudun's life force no longer existed in his body, he could still feel the horror of Ashura's bloodline. So many injuries were all repaired in a short period of time. In ancient ninja combat, the competition was probably more about the development of one's own bloodline than the current use of ninjutsu. Shiraishi stood up forcefully and performed simple sand control and sand collection techniques. Although under the current site environment, the effect of using sand created by sand control to collect sand was limited, it was still better than nothing. The weak sand and dust repaired White Stone's chakra loss bit by bit. At the same time, he was also checking out the special features of this Ashura Forest Point. There should be a huge barrier outside here, so I had wandered and fought with Shirogakure several times before, but never found this forest area point. In addition, the glasses system showed that there were currently 4 skill cards concentrated together in this forest. Thinking of this, Shiraishi did not hesitate and quickly headed to the direction of the 4 skill cards. However, the closer he went to the location of the skill card, the more Shiraishi felt the weakness of sand gathering and sand control, until in a dark depth, sand control and sand gathering completely failed. Shiraishi's hair stood up instinctively. Although he had restored part of his chakra, he actually had very little physical strength left and was very hungry. However, he was keenly aware that he had stepped into a very special boundary point. There seems to be no difference between the huge forest area, but it feels completely different from the Ashura forest outside point compared with the trees outside, which are more than 100 meters high. The trees here are almost 200 meters high and are arranged more densely. An enchantment within an enchantment, but the card seems to be here. Is this what you're looking for? A sudden sound came from somewhere in the forest, interrupting Shiraishi's thoughts. He turned around and saw a figure walking out slowly, holding 4 cards in his hand. Who is it? Faced with Shiraishi's vigilance, the man was wearing a set of silver-white ancient ninja sect costumes and scratched his head helplessly. You can call me Ashura. Of course, the real me has died long ago. The chakra will now split. Haha. A strange young man in silver-white ninja clothes who claimed to be Ashura, held a black stick and carried a sage sword on his back. When he saw the broken silver sword on Shiraishi's waist, he looked very regretful. As a sword wielder, Ashura can feel the determination of the silver sword in the user. Although he does not know what is happening in the outside situation, but by feeling the chakra with his heart, Ashura can distinguish between good and evil in a person. Even if it is a clone of chakra, Ashura has been dead for at least 1,000 years. How can such a clone survive to this day? Shiraishi didn't believe the words of the young man in front of him at all. The moment the flying water shuriken shot out, Ashura held it with one hand. Hey, this method of projecting hidden weapons is really powerful. The level of ninja sects outside has been raised to this level. Although there was no hostility, the pressure on Ashura's body had already made Shiraishi feel heavy pressure. Why don't you feel it? Ashura's words made Shiraishi stunned for a moment. He calmed down and felt the chakra of the person opposite him. When the chakras of both parties blended with each other, the thick feeling was powerful but not overbearing. Instead, it had a gentle feeling. The essence of chakra is the combination of the user's mental and physical strength. The person in front of him does not seem to have any malicious intent at present. Shiraishi gradually lowered his guard and asked, "Are you really Ashura?" To be precise, I'm just a chakra that exists in this barrier and cannot leave here. After the decisive battle 1,000 years ago, Ashura was deeply afraid that his tribe would suffer revenge from Indra's men after his death. So he set up a powerful protective barrier in the forest of Ashura to protect the safety of his tribe. However, this barrier can only be protected, but cannot be expanded to the outside world. Many tribesmen cannot bear to spend their lives comfortably here, so they gradually leave this barrier to explore the outside world. After countless years and wars, only Ashura's chakra and this random orange cat remain in this barrier. The orange cat itself was just an ordinary cat raised by the tribe. However, after the Ashura clan members left the barrier, they did not take the orange cat away. Later, Ashura, who was afraid of loneliness, transferred part of his life force to the orange cat, and then they lived with each other to date. The immortal sword and the black stick are all left behind by Ashura's true body. Ashura has been waiting for the reincarnations of Ashura's chakra to appear in the past, but it's a pity. The records about Ashura, Indra and the Six Paths Immortals have become very unclear under the baptism of history. I want to know the real historical truth regarding the history of the Sage of Six Paths. There are currently many different opinions and versions, making the history confusing. Ashura does not care about this matter. The story of the Sage of Six Paths needs to be told by my grandmother Kaguya Otsutsuki. Rise, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Since the birth of mankind, wars have never stopped, and we have entered a period of war. The ground was stained with blood, as if all the blood was being absorbed. However, the sacred tree was not involved in the dispute, and has always been worshipped as a sacred pillar. But one day, the sacred tree bore a fruit. Although people did not understand the meaning, no one dared to violate the ancestral precepts and get involved in the fruit of the sacred tree. The Otsutsuki clan comes from a distant land. As the princess of the clan, Kaguya was born with white eyes. She came to this land in order to obtain the fruit of the sacred tree. After eating the fruit of the sacred tree, Kaguya became the ancestor of chakra. She opened the Samsara Sharingan on her forehead and gained godlike power. She single-handedly quelled the war in the world. Since then, Kaguya has been called the goddess of Mao by the world. After the war, Kaguya gave birth to twins, Hagoromo and Hamura. The two children were born with chakra. Gradually, Kaguya believed that chakra could only be owned by herself. She used the Rin Sharingan to release the infinite Tsukuyomi on humans, making people fear and awe her. The honorific title of the goddess Mao was unknown since then, and her desire for chakra eventually directed towards her two children. In order to regain all the chakra, Kanshu www.Kanshu, Kaguya merged with the sacred tree, transformed into the Ten Tails, and fought with his child. In the end, Hagoromo and Hamura activated the Six Paths Earth Blast Star to create the moon, and sealed the Ten Tails in it. The Six Paths Sage was Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and he was also Ashura's father. The horrifying story that has never been heard before is completely different from the history that Shiraishi knows so far. Shiraishi gradually becomes solemn and realizes the seriousness of the problem. Before Ashura's death, he made many preparations to stop Indra and the secret conspirators. One of them was to find suitable candidates here to deal with possible crisis in the future. When Ashura said this, he showed a hearty smile. These cards contain very powerful power, which is exactly the same as the aura on your body, but I think you should calm down for the time being. Heart, meeting him may be destiny. Ashura firmly believes this. As this being in front of him is incompatible with this world, Ashura has the obligation to guide him to grow up correctly and let him integrate into this world. Ashura Otsutsuki, like his father, Six Paths Sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo, upholds the philosophy of teaching without distinction and has no sectarian views. He is happy to help Shiraishi grow. Anyone who is recognized can walk this land with the surname Otsutsuki. The only pity is that according to Shiraishi's description, the land outside has undergone thousands of changes, and no one can inherit the surname Otsutsuki. Thinking of this, Ashura took off the immortal sword from his back and slowly handed it to Shiraishi. Next, you should start with the training knife. This immortal sword is given to you. This knife. However, Ashura ignored Shiraishi's reaction and found a set of ninja sect clothes and handed them to Shiraishi, who was currently naked. Ahem. Put on your clothes first. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Knife. Shiraishi put on a set of ninja sect clothes. I have to say that the fashion of this suit seems to be much higher than the current aesthetics of Sunagakure village. Although ninja clothes are more made to fit the battlefield and survive, aesthetic aspects are not considered. This knife was given to me by my father in the past. Although it is made of ordinary materials, it has been with me for most of my life and practice, and I have been bathing in the essence of natural life in this enchantment. It should be pretty good, more than good. The moment Shiraishi held the sage's sword, the huge chakra contained in it instantly filled his body's veins. As the powerful energy impact circulated, Shiraishi's face became extremely pale. Control your mind. Don't be fooled by the power of the sword. Asura warned Shiraishi by gently pressing his shoulder following Asura's oral instructions. Shiraishi adjusted his mentality and held the immortal sword with great difficulty. Just when he could no longer support it, the broken silver knife at Shiraishi's waist shook several times and began to vibrate. Silver knife's encouragement suddenly made Beishi feel warm in his heart, and Asura also nodded. Believe in yourself and your companions. No matter which one you sacrifice to fulfill the other, this is not the path you pursue. The result of the battle at Mount Kakayo had already become Shiraishi's heartache during this period, and he felt intense guilt and self-blame before he had the urge to fight Shirogakure. Ask yourself, what is your true heart? Becoming the shadow of a village and bringing prosperity to the kingdom of wind is what he pursues. The second is to find a way to unify the ninja world and end this troubled world as his great ideal. Asura seemed careless, but in fact he was very insightful. He did not want the descendants of the ninja sect in front of him to be too obsessed with some kind of paranoia and lose the way to pursue it. Only by upholding the love in your heart will you have stronger power. This love should not only be maintained for others, but also for yourself. Following Asura's enlightenment, while Shiraishi was pondering over his pain, the immortal knife in his hand began to change its appearance, turning into the silver knife he was most familiar with. The shattered silver knife at his waist turned into dots of light and merged into the immortal inside the knife. So, I said, trust your companions. The sword of the immortal is still the sword of the immortal, but the feeling when holding the sword is no different from the feeling when holding the silver sword in the past. The silver sword completely dissipated, and what was born was this brand new immortal sword. Shiraishi held the brand new silver knife and slashed a whirlwind knife. In an instant, the airflow turned into a huge crescent moon and struck the vortex, instantly cutting off many surrounding trees. The violent storm swept across, and its power was several times higher than before. This kind of power, with a bang, Asura knocked the chestnut on the white stone. The power you control is still too rough. In Shiraishi's eyes, the crescent moon whirlwind sword was extremely powerful, but in Asura's eyes, it was rough and even a waste of chakra. As the second son of the Sage of Six Paths, the ninja sect emphasizes harmony with nature. Although there are not many ninjutsu, it emphasizes the perfect balance between oneself and natural energy to achieve a perfect combination. In Asura's eyes, the way Shiraishi tornado knife is used is an attack method that wastes energy casually. It is now forbidden to use any auxiliary means, including that weird mental stimulation. Just calm down and meditate to extract chakra. Asura's guidance to Shiraishi starts from the most basic chakra extraction, explanation, and understanding of chakra concepts. As the second son of the Six Paths Sage and the ancestor of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, Asura Rotsutsuki's vision level belongs to the top existence in the ninja world. On the huge water surface, Shiraishi sat in it. During the process of extracting chakra, no fluctuations in the water surface were allowed, and it was necessary to be completely quiet. As Shiraishi entered the enchantment where Asura was, the human puppet Shiraishi once again lost contact with him. Fortunately, before cutting off the contact, he also knew that Shiraishi should step into the deeper enchantment of the forest of Alala. During this period, the situation on Ye Cang's side was not good, because Shirogakure strengthened its offensive stance against Sunagakure. Sunagakure's camp is located under a waterfall. This location is very bad. Once the Shirogakure Falls technique is activated, Sunagakure will be easily hit by a huge torrent point. Therefore, on the night of that day, the Shirogakure army led by the pufferfish demons of Watermelon Mountain and Loquat Juzo use the Great Waterfall technique on the Sunagakure camp below the waterfall. Water. Release. Great Waterfall technique. The violent torrent poured down vertically from a high place. Unexpectedly, at the moment the Great Waterfall technique was activated, a large number of barrier formation runes appeared in the area below the Sunagakure camp point. This is Earth Escape Earth Current City Wall. The unexpected battle formation barrier technique is an advanced Earth Escape technique mastered by Kurogiri Shiraishi. It was used once on the battlefield of Platikadon Mountain Point. The human puppet Shiraishi created 4 earth clones at some point and activated the earth current wall technique from 4 directions. The earth shook in an instant and the entire ground rose up. During the pouring of the waterfall technique, it was directly fed back to Shirogakure itself. Oops. Although Shirogakure is one of the 5 great ninja villages, except for the encounter with Iwagakure, where the 2nd generation Mizukage and the 2nd generation Tsuchikage died together, Shirogakure rarely fights with earthbending ninjas most of the time. In addition, according to intelligence, except for Black Mist Shiraishi, most of the ninjas in the Sunagakure camp did not have jounin who were proficient in soil escape, so they were so careless. But this also shows one thing: Black Mist Beishi is really not dead. Countless large waterfalls formed water flows that in turn hit Shirogakure. Reading www.ukanshu.net. At the same time, the assault team headed by Hishinome quickly attacked. She transformed into a minotaur and swept over with a minotaur in hand. Stone. Since Shiraishi returned to Sunagakure camp, although his behavior was normal, only Maki noticed that he was not the original Shiraishi. Although the appearance and chakra feel of the two were exactly the same, Jounin still felt that something was wrong. While the human puppet Shiraishi was a little helpless about Jounin's suspicion. Jounin is happy that he can tell the difference between himself and his main body, but on the one hand, he is also afraid that Jounin will worry too much about his main body. Everything will get better. Facing Jounin's slightly frail figure, the human puppet Shiraishi could only comfort him softly. Thanks. There was water all over the ground. Although Shirogakure was very embarrassed by his own waterfall technique, Ninjamura, who was proficient in water escape, did not suffer much loss because of it. Soon, under the organization of the Watermelon Mountain Fugu Ghost, he launched a rainy round of attack on Sunagakure Point with a violent explosion. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon and Ye Cang faced off forcefully. The impact and explosion of Scorch Escape and Samehada announced the official start of the two sides' attack and defense. As for Shiraishi, who was practicing on the water surface of the Azura Forest, the water below became more and more stable. It was obvious that Shiraishi's control of chakra had reached a very sophisticated level. Zyadaju, go and interfere with him. In order to make the practice more difficult, Azura grabbed the orange cat that was eating and threw it towards the lake where the white stone was. The orange cat didn't dare not obey Azura's words and immediately jumped on Shiraishi's shoulders with his hands crossed. This cat, why is it so heavy? Remember, don't let the lake have waves. I see, just keep it that way. Chapter 110. Practice. Under Azura's guidance, Shiraishi's chakra control level improved by leaps and bounds. Although he did not master any special secret skills, Shiraishi's feeling when holding the silver sword was completely different from before. Shiraishi is constantly adapting to the weight of the orange cat's body. The actual weight of this fat big orange cat is difficult to measure. While Shiraishi was meditating, his consciousness once fell into a state of negative confusion, and the battle scenes he experienced in the past kept replaying in his mind. The orange cat on the shoulder showed a fearful look when encountering a natural enemy, turned around and looked in the direction of Azura. Meow wow, master. There is a snake here. I'm scared to death. Really, I've lived for such a long time, and I'm still afraid of snakes. With the help of the orange cat's reminder, Azura also noticed something abnormal, shot 3 wooden needles, and pierced the curse mark on Shiraishi's neck. Suddenly, an evil negative chakra emotion gradually spread. As mentioned before, Shiraishi was deeply affected by the impression of the battle at Kikayo Mountain. Later, in order to strengthen his strength, He recklessly accepted the power of the curse seal. Although he used the spiritual world to isolate himself, Shiraishi's state was still affected. Ashura was keenly aware that as Shiraishi came down to practice carefully, the negative chakra emotions tried to interfere again. The power of snakes. The wooden needle in Ashura's hand carries the purest power of nature. Facing Ashura's power, Orochimaru's chakra will try to escape, but it could not escape Ashura's grasp, and was forcibly purified and erased. With the purification of Ashura, the violent dark side chakra contained in the curse seal was erased, leaving only a pure force of nature. The white stone on the lake quietly opened his eyes, and felt that the hidden or visible interference force in his body disappeared. He felt much smoother and couldn't help but look at Ashura. Is this the sealing technique you set up? Is very clever, using the spiritual world to isolate this chakra will from interfering with you. However, after you experienced a fierce battle, when your own will was the most relaxed, this chakra broke through the restriction and was ready to invade your body. From when Shiraishi was in coma to when he woke up, Orochimaru's curse seal didn't seem to have changed much. However, the intrusion of this latent mode was noticed by Ashura and purified. The current curse seal research and development of Orochimaru is not as powerful as in the future. It is only a preliminary prototype, so Ashura can easily handle it and eliminate Shiraishi's worries. As Orochimaru's chakra consciousness was erased, the appearance of the curse seal gradually changed, turning into an oval-shaped mark on Shiraishi's neck. The most primitive and pure natural energy is still powerfully corrosive. How to control this power is Shiraishi's own creation. Ashura is only responsible for introducing him to this door. Compared with the inheritance of the current ninja world, the guidance of the ninja sect mainly helps you understand chakra, understand natural energy, and how to maintain a harmony with the body. As for how to fight, and how to develop secret techniques, that is what you can do after you understand the essence of chakra. Research things. It is precisely because of this kind of education that so many families of different schools have appeared in later generations. In addition to the descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, the ancestors of many families in the current ninja world are also descendants of ordinary disciples of the ninja sect. After breaking away from Ashura and the ninja sect, they developed various techniques based on what they learned, and eventually became the blood successors of secret techniques or combinations of chakra attributes. Shiraishi jumped up from the lake with a slight leap. He landed on the ground very nimbly and grabbed the silver knife on the ground. At this moment, the chakra energy in his body suddenly exploded. With a twist of the silver knife in his hand, Shiraishi slashed into the air, creating a strong crescent moon storm that blasted directly into the mid-air at an extremely fast speed. Then, the aftermath of the airflow generated under Shiraishi's feet quickly glided up. In this battle, the whirlwind sword and IAI/ were completely combined, and the crescent whirlwind produced was even more powerful than before. Shiraishi's talent is very strong. Under Ashura's simple guidance, his control of chakra has improved to a new level. However, he still lacks the most basic training. As for the rest, in Ashura's eyes, many of the secret techniques Shiraishi mastered were things that he had never understood, so he only provided the most basic guidance and training. Thinking of this, Ashura picked up a wooden sword and handed it to Shiraishi. Next, I will conduct a simple simulated sparring with you. I will still give up all my current abilities and purely use my body to feel the battle. The two of them each picked up a wooden knife, then stepped onto the lake and faced each other silently. Suddenly, Shiraishi jumped and his body suddenly flew into the air. His sword power was extremely cool and stunning. Ashura quickly moved the wooden sword in his hand, but saw that the wooden sword in Shiraishi's hand was extremely stern, and the attacks were continuous and intertwined, leaving no room for anything. In terms of sword attack, Shiraishi is experienced and full of killing art. Ashura was amazed by his sword skills, but it's a pity that I still can't touch the essence of the knife. His skills and strength are already at the peak of his age. When I was his age, I was not as good as him with the knife. Holding it with one hand, the wooden sword in Shiraishi's hand was caught by Ashura. At the same time, the wooden sword in his hand fell at an extremely fast speed. When the two sides wooden swords crossed each other to produce a banging sound, Shiraishi could feel the weight on Ashura's wooden sword. Although there were not many fancy attacks, the direction and angle of every attack he made seemed to be seen through by him and rendered useless. It's my turn to attack. The wooden sword was not very fast, but it seemed to be unable to withstand it. Shiraishi raised it to block, but he could feel the weight and pressure of the sword falling point under the heavy pressure. Shiraishi couldn't help but take a few steps back without using chakra or other means. How does a pure sword attack feel like this? Feel all this with your heart. These things are very mysterious. You reading www.ukanshu.net. Only by relying on actual combat can Shiraishi slowly understand the key point. The two wooden swords collided together, and the intertwined sparks made the battle between Shiraishi and Ashura become more and more intense. Although they were only fighting purely in physical skills, the changes and trends of the sword paths were at their peak point. Speed, skill, and strength all grow and integrate through repeated setbacks. The border between the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth revealed the mountain range. Granny Chiyo once again went to Kazekage's office to check the current status of Kazekage Rasa. Although his injuries are gradually recovering, it may take a few days before he regains consciousness. Shirogakure and Sunagakure are currently engaged in a fierce battle, and a large amount of supplies need to be transferred from the Apocalypse Mountains. Unfortunately, if Luosha does not wake up, this transfer order cannot be sent out. When fighting Shirogakure, what is Sunagakure's so-called greatest characteristic? Let's just consider the unique detonating talisman, which works effectively. Coupled with the presence of Samehada, it especially consumes the chakra of ordinary ninjas, so a large amount of military food pills and various potions are needed. However, these important strategic materials cannot be mobilized without Kazekage's order. This was also the reason why Chiyo was anxious. He checked Kazekage several times and found that Rasa showed no signs of waking up. In desperation, Chiyo had no choice but to ask the village medical team to speed up the production point, but these medicines and Binglian pills were hoarded over many years on the two battlefields of Enlightenment Mountain Range and Platikadon Mountain. After the Battle of Platikadon Mountain, Eluosha had been staying in Enlightenment Mountain Range, so the order was in the hands of Feng Ying. Not long after Chiyo left Rasa's camp, the fourth Kazekage slowly opened his eyes, no longer in the state of being seriously injured and unconscious. Shirogakure is more unreliable than I thought. So many people can't kill that one little devil. Cold, murderous intent filled the entire Feng Ying camp, and the atmosphere became extremely depressing for a time. Chapter 111, Shiraishi's Magnetic Escape. Eluosha sat upright, no longer as weak and comatose as before, when Chiyo came in to check. On the contrary, he was very energetic as he read the information about the battlefield of Koakuni. Black Mist. Shiraishi successfully broke through the Shirogakure encirclement and returned to the Sunagakure camp. This made Rasa a little regretful. He didn't expect that this kid was so lucky and could survive the cooperation of Watermelon Mountain Fugu Ghost and Loquat Juzo. After the Apocalypse Mountain suffered a tragic ambush from that Tsukikage, Eluosha was indeed in a coma at first, but when he gradually woke up, he felt a sense of powerless fear. This defeat was a fatal blow to the Kazekage's prestige. It happened that Shiraishi was on a mission to the kingdom of Sichuan, which made Eluosha very worried that if Shiraishi continued to grow like this, he might be elected by the elders to replace him as the Kazekage in a few years. Thinking of this, Rasa had evil thoughts and took the initiative to contact the third Mizukage of Shirogakure and started preliminary cooperation on the basis of the division of the 13 districts in the southern part of the country of Koakua, but the premise was that Shirogakure needed to help Kazekage eliminate Ye Cang. Shiraishi led the main force of the elders group. Over the years, Ye Cang has deeply become one of the core forces of the Sunagakure elders group due to Shiraishi's relationship. This time, the Sunagakure elders group took the initiative to appoint 2 people as the commanders of the Shirogakure front. This is a very dangerous signal for Eluosha. Shiraishi and Hayakura must be eradicated. Ignore the old guys in the elders group for now. These 2 people are becoming more and more influential in the village. This is the main reason why Eluosha can't hold back. Marji knew very well about Kazekage's thoughts, but as Eluosha's friend and confidant, he supported Eluosha unconditionally, so he continued to introduce the situation. Shirogakure's next batch of reinforcement will arrive in a while, and they plan to launch a sneak attack from the rear surrounds Ye Cang, but the West Coast defense line, the West Coast garrison of the Land of Wind, is dominated by the Iroquois family. He did not inform Arakawa about Ratsu's plan this time. However, if Shirogakure wanted to carry out a sneak attack on the rear of Yakura's base camp, he would have to bypass Arakawa's defense area, send a secret order to the Arakawa family, and ask them to go to the southern coastline. Tell them that they have received news that Shirogakure is preparing to invade the southern coastline of the Land of Wind. The main force was transferred to the southern coastline, leaving the west coastline empty. This was a death feast prepared by Alyosha for Shiraishi and Ye Cang's teachers and students. The night light shone on Alyosha's face, leaving no trace of expression fluctuation point for the sake of his status as the shadow of the village. Alyosha cannot sit back and let Shiraishi snatch his position as the Kaz shadow point. This kid has grown at an alarming rate in the past 2 years, and now it has exceeded his expectations by far in the Azura forest. The physical battle between Shiraishi and Azura lasted for several days. With repeated training, Shiraishi's understanding of sword skills was constantly improving. Compared to his brother Indra, Azura's ninja skills have been accumulated for a long time. Although it seems ordinary in the early stage, it can turn into an extremely powerful force in the future. Although he did not teach Shiraishi how to practice various secret techniques or even the immortal body, as long as Shiraishi lays down the most basic foundation, he will create his own ninja in the future. The special power system Shiraishi masters is as complex and huge as the ninja system created by his father. Although he has not yet integrated all his techniques, Azura believes that the person in front of him is enough to change possible crises in the future. Although his grandmother Kaguya had been sealed away for thousands of years, his brother's break with him and the ominous mysterious chakra made him realize that there was a force in the dark that was secretly carrying out their plans over the years, deep in the forest. Although it is impossible to understand the changes outside, Azura Octavia noticed that the negative emotions in this world are getting bigger and bigger, and one day someone will use these to cause a huge disaster. Guiding Shiraishi's growth is also Azura's bet for the future. The situation on Shiraishi's side is also very complicated. Although he is worried about Ye Cang's side, if he cannot complete his practice, it may be difficult to break through the barrier here. What's more, from the bottom of his heart, Shiraishi does not reject Azura's teachings. Azura, the second son of the Six Paths Immortal, is also the ancestor of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, a powerful ancient immortal. This guidance is valuable, so Shiraishi cherishes every moment with Azura. Now when Shiraishi holds the sword, his instinctive fighting style is completely different from the past. In the past, when he attacked the enemy, he would use his insight and judgment to attack and defend. Now, he directly uses the most primitive instinctive reaction to attack. Save your brain thinking time and express your thoughts first. However, Azura Otsutsuki's sword skills have reached a higher level, a more complete level, so every time Shiraishi attacks, he can simply suppress it without revealing any flaws. This state is very similar to a certain theoretical realm in my memory that expresses hidden meanings. Shiraishi gained a lot from the extraction of chakra and the practice of sword skills. The 4 cards previously held by Azura are now in Shiraishi's hands, and the system is also reading them. Counting the cards he collected from Benideo's family before, Shiraishi actually has a large number of unlocked cards now, but there are not many truly practical skills, or Shiraishi doesn't want to be too distracted by some new skills. But this time, among the 4 cards unlocked, the blue quality Quicksand Hell successfully caught Shiraishi's attention. Quicksand Hell, as the name suggests, is a sand control technique. Since Shiraishi himself has practiced Sangakure's sand control technique, a simple comparison can be made. But from the perspective of sand control, the two effects are almost the same, but the applicability of Quicksand Hell is wider than that of sand control, because when fighting at a non-desert level, Quicksand Hell assimilates the surrounding site very quickly. Unexpectedly, the proficiency of Quicksand Hell was above 70%. From the beginning, Kanshu www.ukanshu.net obviously mastered Shiraishi's ability to control sand, and his proficiency in Quicksand Hell was very high. The order of the seals between the two techniques is also similar. The only difference lies in some details. According to Shiraishi, Quicksand Hell is more similar to the upgraded version of the hidden sand control technique, which is equivalent to the effect of the Sand Escape 3 Meridian sand control technique. The moment Shiraishi formed the seal, The area within 3 meters suddenly turned into an area of rolling sand. As the quicksand hell opened, Shiraishi's sand gathering technique also suddenly exploded and began to continuously repair. Shiraishi's own chakra pointers gathering sand technique automatically triggered. Seeing Shiraishi's stunned gaze, Azura, who was resting aside, smiled. This is the benefit of solid basic practice. Your body will instinctively adjust and release the technique that is most beneficial to you. The source of Shiraishi's power is these strange cards. Although Azura does not understand the principles, the different power systems in the world essentially lead to the same goal through different paths, so he also has his own basic judgment point at this time. Beishi's quicksand also undergoes a special change. The entire quicksand turns into a silvery white light. It is actually the body's instinct to activate the treasure gathering technique, forming a special silver quicksand hell point. This is a brand new magnetic escape, different from the traditional sand gold magnetic escape or the third generation wind shadow magnetic escape. This silver white magnetic escape is a magnetic power escape that can control most metals just from the level of magnetic escape. It is far superior to the magnetic escape of the Third Kazekage. It can be said to be the strongest magnetic escape state in theory. Point in the current state, it is not just the magnet that is controlled, but the magnetism in all metals. Although Azura's guidance is basic, through his guidance, Shiraishi created a superstate composed of the treasure gathering technique and quicksand hell, a trinity of sand magic. The use of skills does not matter how much, but how you control it, and use it freely. Chapter 112, Magnetic Escape Sand Silver. Shiraishi's current practice and development of combined techniques may not have much to do with Azura on the surface, but in fact Shiraishi has been subtly influenced by some of Azura's theories. The silver magnetic release developed by Jubei Gang has strong plasticity and creative abilities. It's a very interesting technique. Let me try its power. Azura was delighted to see the hunting spirit, and he used the powerful wood escape technique. In an instant, the trees around Azura formed a small wooden dragon with a long hooked nose and thorns all over the body, and quickly wrapped around Beishi. Point magnetic escape sand silver defense. The silver magnetic escape turned into a ball, protecting the white stone. At the same time, the surrounding magnetism began to operate crazily, and the resulting magnetic field cut off a part of the wooden dragon's nose in an instant. Point the attack failed, but Azura's offensive was not over. He had a stronger wood escape technique than the first Hokitsunju Hashira. Judging from Shiraishi's magnetic escape protection, he struck with the power of thunder. The wooden dragon grew its nose again, and at the same time, sprayed out a special energy bomb, suddenly attacking Shiraishi. The moment this energy bomb was fired, it combined with the surrounding air and turned into a huge vortex energy bomb. This is energy bullets that are very similar in principle to the tailed beast Jadara unique Muji wind release technique. Konoha's Namikaze Minato has also been developing this type of technique in recent years. In fact, Azura mastered this technique as early as 1,000 years ago. He cultivated the wind escape ball technique and successfully defeated his brother Indra. Point the powerful force of wind escape forcefully tore apart most of Beishi's magnetic escape. With the pure protection suppressed, Beishi controlled the silver magnetic escape to absorb the power of the metal on the ground, turned into a pair of silver hands, and quickly pinched the small wooden dragon. Point magnetic escape sandy silver hand. The sand composed of silver magnetic sand had not yet successfully suppressed the wooden dragon, but at the same time, it saw countless energy bombs attacking crazily. Point in an instant, several giant sand silver shields appeared in the sky, cleverly blocking the bombardment of these energy bombs. However, the more the bombs were blasted, the harder it became. Azura's offensive was very domineering. Point however, there is still a certain amount of discretion left in the attack. The little wooden dragon next to Azura is very flexible and fights with Shiraishi, adopting different offensive strategies and testing Shiraishi's on-the-spot reaction points to be more precise. Azura is letting Shiraishi master this special sand control magnetic escape faster compared with traditional sand escape. Magnetic escape is faster, and its shape is also more powerful and solid. As the little wooden dragon moved faster and faster, it continuously sprayed out small wind escape pellets. This small wooden dragon is actually equivalent to part of the will of Azura's chakra. After all, this is not Azura's true body, but its chakra. Magnetic release, sand silver Shijuya. When Shiraishi thought of this, he switched his magnetic escape form again and turned into countless silver needles, shooting at Ashura from all directions. However, he saw the small wooden dragon in front of him spraying out a powerful energy flow, blasting these needles to pieces in the violent explosion. Ashura's little wooden dragon was penetrated by Shiraishi's magnetic escape needle. The magnetic escape, which has a powerful ability to reshape, cannot be easily destroyed. After a series of attacks, Shiraishi's magnetic escape loss was about the same, but Ashura had such a powerful combat power just by summoning a small wooden dragon. The huge gap in strength left Shiraishi a little helpless. Haha, it's impossible for you to catch up with me in a short time, but this kind of magnetic escape is also difficult for ordinary people to deal with. When Ashura spoke, his body showed signs of desertification, which he cleverly covered up. Although 1,000 years have passed, my chakra has long been exhausted. Originally, I planned to wait until the reincarnation of Ashura's original chakra consciousness appears, but now, Ashura shook his head. Since Shiraishi appeared here, it was fate that gave him the last chance. Thinking of this, the moment he formed the seal, the surrounding environment changed back to its original appearance. This hand alone is enough to show Ashura's control over the power of natural life. In fact, you still need to find the one that suits you when developing techniques. The development and application of any attribute requires integration, just like the magnetic escape just now. Magnetic release represents the status of Shiraishi ninjutsu, while wind release is combined with Shiraishi taijutsu swordsmanship. Fire release's green flames are unconventional means, and water release is mainly combined with illusions. Ashura is not proficient in illusions, but his powerful vitality and immortal body make him immune to most illusions. However, Ashura naturally had arrangements for Shiraishi's special mental training. The next step is your final training. Ashura looked at Shiraishi, who was making rapid progress in front of him, put aside his inner distractions, showed a smile, and guided Shiraishi to the deepest core area of the forest with him. Seeing Ashura taking Shiraishi to that place in the forest, the fat orange cat looked worried. Because it had been with him for thousands of years, it suddenly had a bad feeling. Brother Ashura, don't ever leave me. Meow. Country of Wind, West Coastline. In the later period of the Apocalypse mountain range, as the battle at Mount Kakayo settled, Sunagakure also strengthened its defenses against Shirogakiji. Therefore, the Iroquois family and the Yamaji family, who were originally in the Apocalypse Mountains, were assigned to garrison on the west coast. Father, this is a secret message from Lord Kazekage, Iroquois. Meru stepped forward cautiously and handed the scroll sent by the Kazekage ninja hawk to Iroquois Rakita. During this period of time, Iroquois Rakita was in a good mood. After Shiraishi shared part of the benefit exchange, the huge detonating talisman arms trade made a lot of considerable profits. However, when he saw Feng Ying's secret order, his face couldn't help but change, and his expression became extremely unnatural. Father, Master. Kazekage is confused. After being silent for a long time, Iroquois Rakita's tone was filled with helplessness. He did not expect that Luosha was so anxious that he would even use this method to weaken the power of the elder group. I have been feeling a little unwell recently, and am unable to take charge of the defense of the west coastline. I recommend Ryoko Yamaji to take over. Iroquois Akita's words made Iroquois Meru a little confused. He couldn't figure out what his father was thinking. Seeing his son's appearance, Iroquois Rakita directly threw the secret order to his son. Tell me what you think. Isn't this a great opportunity to eliminate the power of the elders? Fart. Iroquois Rakita picked up the secret order and hit Iroquois Meru on the head. What if it fails? We in the Iroquois family will not be the knife in other people's hands for such difficult things, so let Ryoko Yamaji do these things. Unexpectedly, Lingzi, who had just arrived in the mountain road, refused to serve as the garrison officer on the west coastline. The reason was that she was young and could not handle such a heavy responsibility. She directly recommended an elite jounin from the Luo family in the Sand Escape. 3 lines assume this position. When Iroquois Rakita heard the news, he was heartbroken. When will Shan Jiling's IQ come online? Choose to reject this great opportunity to deal with Black Mist and White Stone, but thinking about it carefully, since that night of shock, my niece seems to have calmed down a lot. Although she hates Beishi more than before, she can calm down. and find Beishi's real flaw. The attitude of the other two major families in Shadun's three lineages gave Alyosha a bit of a toothache. Yamaji Ryuko refused, and Erikawa Akata pretended to be sick and returned to the village. This kind of indifferent behavior made him very angry. Fortunately, the elite jounin of his own clan who succeeded Erikawa Akata has strictly obeyed the order and transferred out of the garrison. However, this sword did not come from either of their families, which was a pity. Setting foot on the mountain road back to the village, Lingzi looked at the Sunagakure ninjas who had moved away from the camp in the distance, and sneered inwardly. Do you really think you are mentally retarded? At other times, I would definitely find a way to help Kazekage deal with Black Mist Shiraishi, but now Shiragakure's invasion is imminent. And let our Yamaji family sell the village. Will Kazekage be a good person and clean up the mess afterwards? Go ahead and dream. As for Black Mist Whitestone, I want to see what your ability is to reverse everything in this situation. At the same time, deep in the forest of Azura, a mysterious black rod stood erected in a huge formation. The dense runes and words around it all indicated the strength of the seal in front of him. An extremely dark and terrifying chakra is constantly flowing under the seal, seeming to swallow everything. When Shiraishi and Azura stepped into this sealed area side by side, the rumblings around them became more intense and uneasy. This is your final practice. Chapter 113, Inheritance. Deep in the Ashura forest, a mysterious black rod stood erected in a huge formation, as if suppressing some powerful force. Sensing the appearance of Shiraishi and Azura, the terrifying chakra under the black rod was turning into a savage beast, attacking with a sudden force, and powerful mental power poured directly into Shiraishi's mind. Suddenly, the surrounding world was distorted and changed. Shiraishi was in a special world of blood and darkness, feeling the despair and cold atmosphere around him. Just the aftermath of a seal can have such a huge impact on the illusion. After the chakra in Shiraishi's body was mobilized for a moment, he quickly suppressed the power, and the surrounding world returned to normal. Is this chakra evil enough? It has already been called the most evil force. Azura was neither happy nor sad about this chakra energy, but Shiraishi vaguely guessed the original owner of this chakra. Is this Indra's chakra? Facing Shiraishi's inquiry, Azura nodded. Brother's chakra contains the most vicious negative emotions in the world. Even if it is sealed, you can still feel the evil of this power. Evil, as if sensing Shiraishi's confusion, Azura smiled. How much strong love can be transformed into how much strong resentment? I don't understand what my brother has gone through, but his chakra has indeed become extremely evil. Indra is the eldest son of the Six Paths sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo. He was born with the sage's eye, the original Sharingan, which controls the power of chakra and spiritual energy. He has shown great talent since he was a child and created seal and ninjutsu. Therefore he is called a genius. He eventually arrogantly concluded that he did not need help from others and chose to live alone, believing that strength was needed to achieve peace. However, Azura has a completely different idea from his brother. He unites his companions and relies on love to gain strength. This idea is also accepted by the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths perceived the new possibility of peace from Azura's proposition, so the Sage of Six Paths regarded Azura as the heir to the ninja sect and the dream of world peace, and believed that Indra would assist his younger brother. Because Indra could not agree with his father's choice of Azura as his successor, he turned his anger towards his father and younger brother at the instigation of a mysterious man. He denied the ninja sect and his own talents, created a ninjutsu that used chakra as a weapon, and challenged his younger brother Azura. In this way, Indra and Azura began a war that will never dissipate. The two reincarnations were constantly entangled and fighting against each other, burning the ninja world for countless years. After the decisive battle between Azura and Indra, the countless evil chakra energies and terrifying dark flames remaining on the scene were suppressed and sealed by Azura using the power of the black rod. This black rod was once one of the treasures of the Six Paths sage. Azura used it as a tool to seal Indra. After thousands of years, it has still not been completely erased. On the contrary, this chakra is absorbing all kinds of negative emotions and emotions from the outside world. Resentment becomes stronger. To completely erase this chakra I have to enter the seal to contain my brother, and you follow my instructions and activate the strongest natural force in this barrier to perform the final purification of these two chakras. This process is extremely dangerous. Even a little bit of negative emotion leaked contains extremely powerful and pure dark power, which can plunge people into a terrifying spiritual world. If you do this, then Beishi, who realized Ashura's intention, looked up in surprise at the man in white in front of him. Ashura, who is optimistic and open-minded by nature, didn't care about these things at all, but scratched his head. I don't have much time left, so it's really a good thing to get to know you at the last moment. Ashura turned around and looked into the ceiling formation that sealed Indra's chakra, and walked step by step towards his final direction point. Every step forward is accompanied by Ashura's firm will. Didn't you say that you should love yourself when you love others? Why did you choose to sacrifice yourself in the end? Beishi, who was silent for a long time and clenched his fists, asked gently. It was you who enlightened me, but now I have to say goodbye in this way. The final day of farewell came, and although the two didn't get along for long, Ashura's optimism and cheerfulness, as well as his tireless teaching of himself, made it a little difficult for him to accept this fact for a while. Faced with Shiraishi's question, Ashura laughed loudly. Because I don't want my brother to continue in this dark world. If we really want to sink into the darkness together, then I should go with him on this road. The entanglement between Ashura and Indra has accumulated from life to life, and it has long become an irresolvable knot. Ashura is regretful, but also feels sad for his brother standing in the center of the magic circle. When Ashura pulled up the black rod, the noble phantasm of the six paths immortal, the dark chakra energy soared into the sky and turned into the roar of the devil. The dark and terrifying chakra energy seemed to destroy everything. Shiraishi felt that the surrounding atmosphere was getting colder, weirder and more terrifying, which gave him a shuddering feeling. At the same time, the Ashura forest barrier in the entire core country gradually began to collapse as the black rod was pulled out. Ashura casually threw the black stick to Shiraishi, and his whole body turned into countless golden lights, turning into a scorching sun high in the sky, illuminating everything, creating a wonderful mutual restraint with the power of darkness. The orange cat in the dark has been crying for a long time. It looks at the dissipated Ashura. After thousands of years of companionship, it has long been accustomed to the existence of Ashura. Now, this silly cat, I have found a new master for you, Shiraishi. Ashura's voice suddenly sounded, causing Shiraishi to look sideways, but he heard his voice saying very seriously, this staff represents the entire ninja sect inheritance. When you catch the staff, you must be fully aware of your responsibilities and burdens. Responsibility. End this chaos once and for all. Ashura's words seemed to be a wake-up call for Shiraishi to understand. At the same time, the latter burst out laughing again. There is also Aju. Please take care of it. The strange and magnificent scene in front of him symbolizes the entanglement and struggle between two powerful chakras. Shiraishi holds the black rod in his hand and activates the final purification technique. According to the techniques left by Ashura, the earth began to shake violently, and all the trees in the entire forest of Ashura, reading www.ukanshunet, seemed to have turned into living creatures. All the trees began to gather together and turned into a huge shikigami, like a god. The final test mentioned by Ashura is also a test of Shiraishi's heart. I take on this responsibility. This power does not belong to Shiraishi, but to the complete will of this natural land. The giant Shikigami fell with a sword, and a strong light illuminated the entire forest. The forest of Ashura has since disappeared within the kingdom of Sichuan. In the kingdom of Sichuan, in the Sunagakure base camp, the human puppet Shiraishi has not yet contacted his true body. However, at this time, he suddenly noticed something strange. Because the concentration of water mist seems to have increased a lot in my camp. How is this possible? Shirogakure hasn't broken through the defense line yet. Along with the increasingly fierce water mist airflow, Ye Cang, who also walked out of the camp, suddenly changed his face. Enemy attack. The direction is towards their rear, that is, the Shirogakure troops coming from the direction of the Kingdom of Wind. Something happened to the defenders on the west coastline. The knife cut through the bloody feast of death in the darkness. The electric light flashed in the air, and the Black Ho Thunderfang holding the thunder knife attacked the Sunagakure camp at an extremely fast speed. It's Black Ho Leia. Why did he appear behind us? Careful. The companions around Hashinomi couldn't help but take action impulsively, but their throats were pierced by lightning in the dark and their lives were taken away. As a second generation thunder knife holder, Black Ho Thunderfang's strength should not be underestimated. Just behind Sunagakure, they were attacked by Shiragakure's new troops led by Black Ho Raiga. On the opposite side, in the direction of Koano Kuni, Tsukuyomi Fuguoni and Loquat Juzo also took action at the same time. PS. The protagonist is now 16 years old, which is the golden age for ninjas to improve their strength. Chapter 114, Dissolving the Coat. Black Ho Thunderfang, Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost, and Loquat Juozang Shirogakure Ninja Sword 7-man team dispatched 3 of them. As Shirogakure attacked from both sides, Sunagakure seemed extremely confused for a while. Scorching. Escape red flame kill. On the battlefield, Ye Cang, who was dressed in a tight bodysuit, was holding dozens of red fireballs, which turned into violent energy in a graceful movement trajectory. However, opposite her, she saw the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost holding a shark's muscle, forming a seal. Instantly, a powerful amount of chakra was displayed. With one move of the waterfall technique, the entire battlefield was instantly dispersed. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost standing on the water showed a cruel smile. As the main person in charge of Shirogakure intelligence, the ability of the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost is extremely suppressed by Ye Cang. Although the two are both elite jounin, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost has an extremely obvious advantage. The sufficient amount of chakra, the environment and his water escape exerted a strong suppression on Ye Cang. As the water vapor spread all over the sky, Juozang Loquat held a decapitating sword and attacked the white stone puppet on one side. After collecting intelligence on the battle between the main body and Loquat Juzo, the human puppet Shiraishi had his own way to deal with it. The regenerative core analyzed and locked Loquat Juzo's position and captured it with special heat perception. The clones who rely on the assistance of supercomputing devices are more emotionally stable, and their combat methods have been precisely calculated. In the ninja world, intelligence gathering is the most important. Compared with Shiraishi's time, this time the human puppet Shiraishi was extremely well prepared. The silver knife in his hand produced a whirlwind knife, cutting through the fierce attack in the thick fog. Although this kid has not become much stronger and is even a little weak, his methods and experience are much more sophisticated. It seems that the last battle gave him enough intelligence to analyze and deal with it. Thinking of this, Loquat Juzo turned into 2 water bodies and attacked from different angles. Shiraishi turned the chakra line on his hand, and dozens of flying water shurikens were projected out in an instant. The high-speed rotating shuriken shot at Loquat Juozang. The moment he raised his sword to chop it down, a powerful steam explosion occurred instantly. The strong high-temperature airflow directly caused Loquat Juozang to take a few steps back, but he saw Shiraishi appearing behind him at some point. The two punched each other at the same time. Loquat Juozang's fist contained special water wave impact, and the human puppet Shiraishi's palm also contained a powerful whirlwind knife. During the process of the blast of airflow between the two sides, Loquat Juozang's eyes were cold. This kid, although his strength is still the same as before, those little tricks and habits have disappeared. I always feel like there's something strange about him. Seems a bit too clean. Yes, although the battle between the Shiraishi puppets was seamless and perfect, it always gave Loquat Juozang an unreal feeling. The beheading sword attacked more and more fiercely, but the excitement state of fighting against the enemy when the Beishi puppets were fighting never appeared. It was as if the machine was fighting without any emotional changes. Kit, you are very powerful. You can deal with such a calm mood, and even the heartbeat does not change. Loquat Juozang's words made the puppet Shiraishi's vigilance rise. The moment he formed a seal with his hands, the Fei Yujing appeared in the scroll, and countless chakra lines shot out, drawing 12 Shiraishi earth clones on the ground. Under the exquisite control of the puppet, Loquat Juozang quickly took a few steps back, only to see these earth clones, controlled by the human puppet Shiraishi, transform into legions and charge towards Loquat Juozang. Due to the need to go to the country of Korakora as an envoy, Shiraishi did not bring the hidden mirror with him before leaving Sunagakure village. Later, The human puppet Shiraishi went to fight in his place, so he also brought the hidden mirror with him on the battlefield. Shirogakure had already collected the information about Hikami Kagami, and before the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost went out to fight, he handed over the relevant information to Loquat Juzang. Dozens of members of the Shirogakure mobile team joined the battle to assist Loquat Juzo in dealing with this group of Earth clones on the current battlefield. Sunagakure was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers on the frontal battlefield. The 15 jounin of the Kaguya clan strangled the battle in an extremely barbaric manner. Their powerful combat ability of the corpse bone veins made Sunagakure, the main puppet of the machine, suffer a lot. Quan, be careful. On the battlefield, facing an ninja attack from the corpse vein, Shirogakiji released all his puppets to fight. 3 Lihuan mirrors controlled several puppets to fight. However, due to the corpse vein's ferocious close combat capabilities, they turned into a pile of scrap metal. Shirogakiji quickly pulled the chakra thread in his hand to help her escape from the attack of a corpse vein jounin. During the process, Shirogakiji activated the chakra thread at the same time and used the remaining puppet parts to fight against the Kaguya clan. The trio of Morimoto Raiji, Nagase Bizun, and Hoshinome also fought at 3 different positions. At this time, there was a scream, and Fukuyama was suddenly beheaded by a corpse vein jounin. Senior Fukuyama, as the first member of the mobile team to follow Shiraishi and the North Island Shuren. Fukuyama, although not very strong and taciturn, is a person who attaches great importance to his companions. Fukuyama, who usually has an unknown will, has always acted as the big brother of several people, taking care of Hoshinome and others in various aspects of life. Seeing Fukuyama being killed, the trio fell into great grief and anger. Damn Shirogakure, because of the lessons learned from the Battle of Platikadon Mountain and the last siege of Shiraishi. In order to prepare for the detonating talisman, Shirogakure deliberately increased the humidity in the air, which could weaken the effect of the detonating talisman to a minimum. Sunagakure's tenacity is beyond their expectations. It can even be said that the combination of Ye Cang and Shiraishi is the spiritual pillar of the entire Sunagakure camp. As long as they are still fighting, Sunagakure will have the courage to continue fighting. Sunagakure must be defeated quickly. Thinking of this, the supreme commander of Shirogakure looked at each other with the distant black hole. In an instant, a violent and terrifying chakra gradually spread from the Shirogakure camp. The dark and icy biting chill, carrying countless strange dissolved liquids, scorched the entire ground. I saw a Shirogakure jounin who was over mid-year old, his whole body covered with a light blood red energy coat. As the bubbles intensified little by little, 6 blood red tails gradually appeared behind him. This is the Vulpix Jinchuriki. Get out of the way. Ye Cang's face changed drastically. Reading www.ukanhu.net, because she never thought that in addition to the 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Shirogakure also had a 6 tails Jinchuriki. Such a lineup is quite luxurious against the teacher-student duo of Ye Cang. The 6 tails swung at the same time, instantly producing a majestic stream of dissolving liquid, which suddenly fell onto the camp above Sunagakure. If you come into contact with this liquid without any precautions, you will be completely corroded by the Vulpix's dissolving liquid, and your bones will be gone. In the Sunagakure camp, many people turned pale with fear as they looked at this appalling, terrifying solution. Facing the attack of the Jinchuriki in the form of a tailed beast, ordinary ninjas had little resistance at all. Scorching escape, fierce sun, facing the Vulpix's attack, Ye Cang's eyes showed a trace of determination. The strongest secret state was activated, and his whole body turned into a huge fireball, rushing towards the high-temperature corrosive liquid above, preparing to use his own high-temperature scorching escape to destroy the thing in front of him. Corrosive liquid, the burning fireball keeps spinning and blooming in mid-air, like a giant flame lotus in full bloom. Located in the middle of Ye Cang, he endures the backlash of the secret technique and tries to find a way out for his companions. You should retreat quickly while I can still hold on. At the same time that the Azura forest dissipated, the surrounding huge barrier protection also collapsed instantly. When Shiraishi stepped out of the forest, the silver magnetic escape pedal under his feet was suspended in midair. The orange cat stayed very quietly next to Shiraishi. It had not yet gotten over the grief of Azura's disappearance. Shiraishi had pulled out the black rod to seal the scroll before and put the silver sword transformed from the immortal sword into his waist to conduct an investigation. Carrot perception point found it. PS. The last chapter of the public chapter is left at noon on Thursday. The next step is to prepare for the release on Friday. 5 updates are guaranteed. We will see the status of the average subscription rewards later. Chapter 115. The Returning Strong Man. Above the entire camp, only the purple viscous dissolving liquid could be seen, constantly seeping down, revealing a shuddering and violently corroding stench point facing the Six Tails Jinchuriki's offensive. Ye Cang's whole body burned into a giant fireball, turned into a huge fire, and rushed into the air, facing the huge dissolving liquid head on point. In order to protect Sunagakure's companions, Ye Cang activated the most powerful secret technique of scorching release. In front of him, a giant fireball bloomed into a huge fire lotus in midair. The powerful high temperature energy evaporated all the solution in an instant point with the unexpected thunderous method. Ye Cang stood high in the sky, and her whole body turned into flames. With the secret technique activated, she looked particularly strong. In order to open a way out for her companions, and to buy time for Shiraishi to return, she must support the entire situation here. Under the high temperature, Ye Cang was enduring the highest temperature eruption of the burning escape. With a single wave of his fist, he instantly generated strong energy and quickly evaporated half of the huge waterfall in front of him. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost curled his lips when he saw the strongest burst of Zuodan. He felt the thorniness of this energy. It seemed that Ye Cang was trying his best. The watermelon mountain blowfish demon quickly adjusted his strategy and quickly evacuated the area, leaving the battlefield to the Six Tails Jinchuriki and Hayakura. As for himself, he personally went to chase the Sunagakure ninjas who tried to evacuate. Don't go seeing the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost heading to another battlefield. Ye Cang instantly condensed a ball of terrifying high temperature fire and shot it out. However, he saw the Six Tails Jinchuriki appear at an extremely fast speed, spraying out a large amount of foam to disperse Ye Cang's flames after the previous dissolving liquid offensive was blocked by Hagakure. The Six Tails Jinchuriki regarded Hagakure as a formidable enemy and quickly used the strong acid foam in the melting escape. The purple foam produced floated in the direction of the entire Sunagakure point with an explosion. Countless strong acid bubbles exploded horribly, and the vicious acidic liquid fell on people's faces, causing many Sunagakure ninjas to suffer severe pain and even roll on the ground. Careful. Facing the black hole lay holding a thunder knife. Shirogakiji and Maki reluctantly fought. At this time, countless acid bubbles floated in, and in the violent acid explosion, Shirogakiji activated his puppets to protect the two of them. However, more and more strong acid bubbles were shot out, and the number of ninjas falling down by Sunagakure continued to increase. Shirogakure even vaguely distanced himself, watching the Six Tails Jinchuriki show off his power in this era. The Jinchuriki of any country has a strong deterrent force. It can even represent the strongest intimidation force of a village. Now Vulpix takes action, using a violent and thunderous posture to crush Sunagakure. Hateful. Facing the massacre of the Six Tails, the fire around Ye Cang quickly condensed into a small barrier, trying to use high temperature to strangle the opposite Six Tails Jinchuriki in this area. With the appearance of the giant fireball barrier, the rampage of strong acid bubbles stopped, but Sunagakure suffered extremely heavy losses. At this time, the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost stood on one side of the battlefield and ordered Shirogakure to launch a final all-out attack. Facing Loquat-Juozang, the human puppet Beishigu dealt with it carefully, but the Vietnam War became more and more unfavorable. The power of Fei Yujing also reached its limit. In the process of cutting off a large number of chakra lines, Loquat-Juozang attacked at a very tricky angle. The knife in his hand chattered in response, and Loquat-Juozang laughed wildly. This knife is even more fragile than the last one. And is that your level? You have regressed a lot compared to last time. The moment the sword fell, the earth escape generated around the human puppet Shiraishi blocked it, but Juozao Loquat's decapitating sword turned into a storm from high in the sky and swept across. But at this moment, Samehuda from the darkness suddenly bit him. The watermelon mountain puffer demon successfully attacked again. Half of Shiraishi's arm was removed from his hand, and the same shark made a popping sound as he continued to devour it. Although it succeeded in biting off Shiraishi's arm, the watermelon mountain fugu ghost was keenly aware that it was not satisfied with the same shark in his hand. Could it be that the chakra contained in this arm was not to its taste? The human puppet Shiraishi's expression remained unchanged as usual. At the same time, Fei Yujing turned on the six-sided mirror protection mode, but faced the terrifying water escape burst from the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. It began to falter. Sunagakure is finished. On the distant battlefield, the Black Hoe Thunder Fang turned into a storm of electricity, instantly breaking through the last puppet of Cheng Yuanxi. Among the broken puppets, Cheng Yuanxi looked at the situation that was gradually being surrounded with perseverance in his eyes. Kit, die. At the same time, at the core of the battlefield, facing the six tails Jinchuriki with endless chakra, Hagura showed signs of exhaustion. Even though she was currently one of the top experts in Sunagakure, she still couldn't stand the Jinchuriki when faced with such a being. Pale and weak. This generation of six tails Jinchuriki is much better at controlling the power of tail beasts than Yu-Gi-Oh in the future. In addition, he is at the peak of his power in middle age, so it is naturally difficult for Ye Cang to resist. The chakra color of the six-tailed Jinchuriki in front of him changed to purple, and it gradually took the shape of a six-tailed rhinoceros. Six-tailed rhinoceros, shaped like a white slug. One of the 9 chakras that the 6 paths sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo separated from the 10 tails back then was very similar to Tsunade's psychic beast slug, but it had hands and feet. Although this generation of Jinchuriki has not reached the level of complete tail beast transformation, in his current state, he is no longer unstoppable by Hagura. The burst of the power of burning escape lasted only a short time. As the chakra on Ye Cang's body was almost exhausted, the surrounding high temperature barrier also suddenly dissipated. Ye Cang, who was half kneeling, had almost lost all his strength, and it was very difficult to stand up. Oops, the high temperature barrier disappeared, and Vulpix's strong acid liquid broke through the restriction, and began to spread. At the moment when a large amount of purple strong acid corrosive liquid spread from the center of the battlefield like a huge wave, Ye Cang showed a desperate look. At the same time, the thunder knife went straight to Cheng Yuanxi's heart, but at this moment, a magical scene happened. The thunder knife of Black Hoe Thunder Fang seemed to have stopped in midair. It was constantly screaming and shaking, but it was still unable to move forward an inch. Not only Black Hoe Rega, but the other ninja Shirogakure holding thousands of kunai, and sabers were all affected by the inexplicable magnetic field, and became violently restless. What happened? Time seems to have calmed down. Cheng Yuanxi looked up, and saw silvery rain appearing in the sky, and falling on the land. Dazzling light and bright silver sand rain seemed to invade this battlefield silently. Reading www.ushu.net. Magnetic release. Quicksand waterfall. A familiar voice sounded, and in an instant, all the trees, flowers, grass, and rocks within the entire battlefield turned into a silver desert, sweeping over like a roaring wave of sand, and turning into a giant silver city wall on the entire land. Blocked the strong acid liquid of Vulpix. Including Ye Cang. Many people had a special layer of silver sand protection around them, blocking them from residual acid corrosion. The injured human puppet Shiraishi noticed the appearance of his true body, and quickly turned into a ball of smoke, and disappeared in front of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. At the same time, Fei Yujing slowly rose into the sky, like a shield, and was placed behind the person in the sky. What happened? Both warring parties raised their heads, and looked at the sky, only to see a familiar figure wearing an ancient ninja sect costume, and standing with a silver sword in hand. At the same time, beside him, there was a fat orange cat with the same serious face, standing with arms crossed. The glasses that had been removed long ago symbolized Shiraishi's determination. As soon as he raised his silver sword, the whole earth began to stir violently. At this time, Black Hole Ye forcibly broke away from the control of the magnetic field, and when he was about to kill Cheng Yuanxi again with one sword, Shiraishi dodged in an instant. Using high-speed movement combined with the teleportation technique, he suddenly appeared in front of Black Hole Ye. The silver knife in his hand flashed, and turned into a stunning sword. Under the stunned gaze, Black Hole Ye's thunder knife was once again interfered by the magnetic field and unable to control the moment Beishi appeared. At this time, Yandeo quickly and decisively cut off Black Hole Lia's hands and seized the thunder knife forcefully. Pick up the thunder knife and continue fighting together. But, P.S. This is the last update of the public chapter, and I will also give you a speech on the launch in the evening. Thank you all for your support during the public period for the past 2 months. Wait for me to explode after it is released. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Instant Kill. When Shiraishi stepped on the huge sand silver disc, Shirogakure completely reacted. It turned out that Shirogakure Shiraishi had not left the country of Kamakura. He had just stayed in the Sunagakure camp and was just a hidden existence point stone. You are finally back. The two looked at each other for a moment. Beishi nodded and then pointed to the fat orange cat next to him. Jounin, I'll trouble you to take care of it first. Before Shiraishi could finish speaking, the fat orange cat jumped down and meowed twice at Jounin. Jounin was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Beishi would bring a pet with him after he returned, but even though he was a little fat, he still looked very cute. Has he mastered magnetic escape? Ye Cang looked at the white stone in the sky in disbelief. Although he had been practicing sand control for some time, it was really incredible that he could explore and develop magnetic escape from it. The color of this magnetic escape is silver. It is completely different from the traditional magnetic escape in the past. It belongs to a new type of magnetic escape. Countless silver needles shot out, forming a rain of sand all over the sky. Many people tried to pick up Kunai to block it. However, under the influence of the magnetic field, these metal weapons could not be used correctly, and the silver needles were pierced into the body. The Vulpix let out a roar and turned into a purple storm. Silver giant hands quickly appeared around Shiraishi, strongly blocking the Vulpix's attack. At the same time, countless strong acid liquids poured directly towards Shiraishi. Be careful, Vulpix's coat is very slimy. Just when Vulpix tried to use his body sticky advantage to escape from Shiraishi's giant hand, he saw countless silver stingers suddenly shot out of the giant silver hand and inserted directly into Vulpix's body. Intense pain, accompanied by Shiraishi's activation of 3 electric shocks. Strong currents surrounded the silver needles, turning into a very sour and refreshing electric shock treatment. At this time, the Vulpix roared, and the tail beast jade condensed and formed around it, and then turned into countless black energy projectiles. But Shiraishi controlled sand silver, and his giant hand turned into a giant shield to block the explosion impact of the tail beast jade. But he saw Watermelon Mountain. The pufferfish ghost took action. Water. Release. Big explosive water wave. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost uses a water escape technique that is stronger than the waterfall technique and is based on explosive water waves. This move is powerful enough to turn all the surrounding terrain into a vast ocean. Facing the silver quicksand hellfield created by Shiraishi, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's first move was to destroy the opponent's terrain. Otherwise the battle would not be sustainable. Although this is the first time to face this strange silver magnetic release, according to Shirogakure intelligence records, ninjas who master magnetic release are extremely difficult to deal with, because regular kunai and senbon weapons are not only ineffective against them, but will become tools for the caster. As the person in charge of Shirogakure intelligence, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon was first hand to use the big water blast to collect information on Shiraishi's abilities by changing the relationship between the geographical environment. The majestic water rushed straight towards him, but Shiraishi remained motionless in the face of danger. Facing the huge waves created by the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, Shiraishi's round pupils activated, and at the same time, an invisible Yun-type chakra slowly appeared. What is this kid planning to do? If he doesn't run away, Root Wave is a special water escape light technique that requires a sufficient water attribute chakra environment and the Yin attribute chakra for transformation. The moment when the huge waves hit, Shiraishi grabbed hold with one hand, and suddenly the high waves on the sea suddenly stopped. This is it. absorbed the water attribute power of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, and turned it into its own power. 1/3 of the water on the sea surface was absorbed in midair and gradually turned into a special light spot point at the same time. Under the white stone, cracks mutated in the ground. Under the influence of magnetic escape, 3 layers of protective isolation appeared, preparing to block the remaining sea surface impact. This kid actually mastered a new technique. Surrounded by the quicksand hell, the speed of the sand gathering technique is very fast. In the process of continuously replenishing Shiraishi's chakra, the energy of the root fluctuation condenses on Shiraishi's palm point compared with the violent escape technique of fire attribute chakra. The root fluctuation of water attribute chakra seems to be more violent and fierce. The storm-like feeling makes Shiraishi very clear about the ferocity of this power. Suddenly, countless light blue light beams shot out and turned into a blue light beam that swept forward. In an instant, it shattered the huge wave in front of me and rushed straight to the pufferfish ghost in Watermelon Mountain in the distance. Facing the impact of the blue light beam, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish spit out a large number of shark bombs, trying to block the buffer, but saw that the blue water stream of light was invincible and suddenly exploded. The shark bombs, a water escape technique that absorbs water attribute chakra and transforms it into a water stream of light. This technique has never appeared in the secret techniques of the Ghost Lantern clan. Could it be that he developed it on his own? Even opponents, including Loquat Juzo and Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, were all shocked by Shiraishi's ideas. The series of ninjutsu he developed gave them an unbridled imagination point in the distance. Loquat Juzang is also analyzing the methods and techniques of Shiraishi jutsu. He carries a beheading sword on his shoulder and analyzes the battle situation at all times. Black Miss Beishi's ability and strength have improved rapidly during this period, and he has many new powerful secret techniques, but it will be more difficult to deal with him at present. The entire geographical environment is still affected to a certain extent, and the silver desert made by Shiraishi still dominates. Sensing the restlessness of the tailed beast below, Sand Silver once again transformed into a pair of giant hands, holding down the newly injured and even more uneasy Vulpix point. Shiraishi quickly projected the Sage's sword. The silver sword, which contained the power of the Sage of Six Paths and Ashura Rotsutsuki, pierced one of the 6 tails. In an instant, the Sage's sword exerted a powerful restraint on it, even disrupting the tailed beasts. Chakra flows under the control of countless sand-hidden magnetic fields. Countless sand silver turned into thorn needles and shot out like meteors. The 6 tails pierce the Vulpix's body and cooperate with the power of the immortal sword point. Shiraishi performs a magnetic escape blockade, surrounded by powerful currents, giving the tailed beast tremendous stimulation and damage. The tailed beast in this state, reading www.ukanshu.net, is in a very barbaric state. Both the Jinkriki and the tailed beast are almost in a state of irritability and irrationality. A simple set of blockades can successfully suppress the 6 tails. However, Shiraishi's next main target is a Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost. With his eyes locked on the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost, Shiraishi's seal activates a unique sand silver teleportation technique among the sand control techniques. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost is the person in charge of Shirogakure's intelligence, and the same shark muscles on his hands can make his chakra become extremely large, so he must first deal with the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost. Thinking of this, Beishi was surrounded by sand, and countless fine sand rolled up for a moment. Beishi appeared behind the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost point. The speed of this kind of escape technique is so fast. In the Shirogakure system, nintaijutsu is also a very important part of combat, but it takes several seconds for the conventional escape technique to activate the instant body seal, but Shiraishi seems to be able to compress it in about 2 seconds. The source wave once again condensed on Shiraishi's finger, and the blue light beam suddenly shot out, instantly piercing the right side of the Ziguishan Pufferfish Ghost's chest, leaving a small hole. Search to see the fastest updated books. Chapter 117. Battle with 6 tails. Blood dripped down drop by drop. Kiss aim. The watermelon blowfish turned around and swiped away, and the hair on his body turned into countless sharp blades and shot out. However, Shiraishi stood there, the roots in his hand fluctuating like a pistol, shooting out continuously. The blue light continued to shoot out, quickly shooting holes and wounds on the body of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. Blood also continued to gush out, and the expression of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost suddenly changed. The enhanced version of the Ghost Lantern Clan's water gun technique, an attack technique that can photonize water-based chakra. The watermelon pufferfish ghost was losing a lot of blood. Just when Shiraishi was about to step forward, he saw a decapitating sword coming at him quickly and falling at an unexpected speed. The Feiyujing behind him quickly turned around and turned into a shield to block the sword point immediately afterwards. Shiraishi condensed a long sand silver knife with one hand and shot out the root wave beam with the other hand. All actions were completed quickly in the electric light and flint. Without any sloppiness, Zhang turned into a water avatar and disappeared. He used the water escape technique to flash in front of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. He grabbed the injured fat man and quickly retreated. Judging from the series of support actions of Zhang alone, although this Kitao is not very strong, he has rich battlefield experience and precise timing. He successfully seizes the opportunity and chooses to evacuate. It has to be said that Zhang is very strong. He grabbed the big fat man from Zigguishan pufferfish ghost and moved so flexibly at the same time. Zhang, you know. One can stop this little brat today. We are preparing to withdraw our troops first. We are almost done gathering intelligence. How can we withdraw our troops? As the person in charge of the Koakuni this time, Zigguishan Fugugi naturally understands the criticality of this battle, because since Shirogakure occupied the Koakuni, most of the supplies have been almost exhausted, and he could still rely on the Koakuni to deliver them resources. But some time ago, these materials were directly intercepted by Konoha. The one who took action was the Hyuga family. In the name of the country of Koakura, the Hyuga family broke their oath and launched a massacre mode against the high-level civil servants of the country of Koakura. Dozens of high-level civil servants were killed. After the domineering bloodbath of the top management of Koakuni and the new leader supported by Konoha, the ambiguous relationship between Koakuni and Shirogakure came to an end, and the blood transfusion activities also stopped. This is the tragedy of small countries that arbitrarily participate in the struggle for hegemony among big countries and try to use various diplomatic means to travel around the big countries, but in the end they are ruthlessly crushed. The loss of Koinokuni's blood supply and the containment of Konoha caused Shirogakure to rush to break through Sunagakure. What was originally a perfect surprise attack today turned into Shirogakure's doomsday battle. What caused all this was just the situation in front of him. A bit of black mist and white stone reinforcement have appeared from Sunagakure. What? Following the gaze of the Sugakuzen Fugu ghost, in the distance in the direction of the Sunagakure wine country, the Iroquois family and the Yamaji family formed a support team and attacked at a very fast speed. At this moment, it was Shirogakure's turn to be attacked from both sides. Aren't the Yamaji family and the Iroquois family, like the Kazekage, the same three-line sand release family? Why did they choose to support Black Mist White Stone? Especially the Yamaji family. Aren't they mortal enemies with Shiraishi? Behind Shirogakure, Yamaji Ryoko formed a seal with his hands, and a huge wave of sand rose from the ground, swallowing up many Shirogakure ninjas who fled in panic. In the desert environment, sand control techniques are very lethal to ordinary ninjas. Therefore, facing the sand control techniques of Yamaji Riko and many sand escape lineages, these Shirogakure ninjas died in an extremely miserable way. Take Thunderfang away first, and then I will break up the rear. Loquat. Zhang couldn't help but sigh when he saw how bad the situation was. The only one still persisting on the battlefield is probably the Kaguya clan. Both hands of the Thunder Sword were cut off by Shiraishi. Although he was successfully rescued, he was basically disabled by Shiraishi. Although Black Ho Thunderfang is among the 7 swordsmen, he was the substitute user of the Thunder Sword after Yuri Lin's death. So his strength there is still a certain gap compared to the first generation 7 knife. The Bone Pulse continued to fight crazily on the battlefield, but as the war progressed, their numbers became smaller and smaller. Beishi's teleportation technique appeared in front, only to see corpses piercing out from all over the sky, turning into a terrifying tide of corpses. The blood succession limited corpse bone vein inherited by the Kaguya clan is an ability that can freely manipulate the bones of the whole body to defend or attack point, as long as it is related to bone, such as osteoblasts, osteoclasts, calcium concentration, etc. It can be manipulated without restrictions. To make bones form, break down or maintain hardening point dance of Tsubaki, the ribs turned into a bone knife. During Beishi's avoidance, the sandy silver in his hand quickly wrapped around these bones. At the same time, Beishi's silver knife slashed and suddenly cut off the bone knife. At the same time, he saw 3 strong corpse veins below like wild beasts. Come up point, a crazy fighting clan who are not afraid of death. There was a loud explosion, and Shiraishi's whirlwind knife was shot out, turning into a sharp crescent wind blade, tearing apart one of the corpse ninjas. At the same time, Shiraishi's palms blasted out a beam of electric light, instantly leading to an explosion of sand silver. The blood mist generated by the explosion shattered the 2 corpse vein experts. After quickly killing the enemies, 2 scrolls were thrown out, and the bodies of the corpse vein were quickly collected in midair for future research and investigation. Through the continuous development of quicksand hell and magnetic release, Shiraishi also successfully developed thunder attribute chakra in the process, but the reaction is still very weak, and requires further practice. When Shirogakure was in a dilemma, a thundering roar was heard in the area where the Vulpix was suppressed from below, and the Vulpix was seen to further transform into a tailed beast, showing that it was entering a more crazy state. Oops, Vulpix went berserk. The temperament of the tailed beast has always been ups and downs. If you get along harmoniously with the Jinchuriki, you may be able to suppress the tailed beast from going berserk. However, the Jinchuriki itself is a dark and unstable existence. When the tailed beast goes berserk, it will be very lethal, and it will not affect the enemy or ourselves. It turned out that the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost planned to withdraw with the Jinchuriki, but now the 6 tails went berserk, which suddenly made the situation more complicated. Powerful chakra energy burst out, and Shiraishi's sage sword was pulled out by it. There is no time, we have to leave first. Loquat. Zhang saw the hesitation of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. You reading www.okanshu.net, he said coldly. The next step is to see if the senior management of Shirogakure can come up with enough chips to redeem Vulpix and Thunderblade. This, I guess Sunagakure, who is so poor that he is crazy, should be open to the lion. After all, they need money and land more than tailed beasts and weapons. Since he has not completely transformed into a tailed beast, his current irritable and negative state of mind has become very dangerous. The sage's sword returned to Shiraishi's hand, and at the same time, he stared at the violent tailed beast in front of him. Kill. Today, Vulpix has no thoughts, only one thought, which is to kill the man in front of him. In an instant, at the foot of Shiraishi, countless sand silvers gathered together, turning into a huge giant of sand. A heavy punch was concentrated in his hand, and it hit the Vulpix in front of him. After the impact with a bang, the Vulpix let out a heartbreaking cry. With a strange scream that cracked his lungs, he was forcefully knocked back several steps. With the power of one person, it is so terrifying to shake the tailed beast. Search to see the fastest updated books. Chapter 118, Sand Killing Waterfall Burial. The tailed beast jade suddenly spurted out. After Shiraishi absorbed the remaining water attribute chakra, the ejected root waves turned into countless light nets, fully confronting the power of Vulpix. The root wave technique relies heavily on side constraints. Only with sufficient sea surface can Shiraishi's root wave be activated effortless. In its current state, the root wave will soon become unusable. But Shiraishi doesn't care. In addition to the root fluctuation, he also has magnetic release that can suppress Vulpix. The earth-shattering battle between Shiraishi and Vulpix caused the ninjas present at Sunagakure to exclaim, "It's so powerful, it can actually suppress the rampaging Jinchuriki." Sunagakure was filled with wonder and sincere admiration for Shiraishi's god of war gesture. In a fierce and earth-shattering battle, Shiraishi wore a ninja sect costume and controlled the magnetic sand escaping silver with both hands, turning it into a huge sand cage and quickly surrounding the Vulpix. The sky seemed to be turned upside down. like an hourglass falling continuously, wrapping up the Vulpix in layers facing this hateful human being in front of him. Vulpix's eyes widened, and he screamed strangely, but Shiraishi completely ignored him. The silver knife absorbed a large amount of sand silver and turned into a huge machete and fell point knife after knife. Shiraishi beat the Vulpix until his eyes were full of stars. Then countless magnetic field energy turned into coils of light. After completely locking the Vulpix, the surrounding silver sand continued to fall, trying to completely submerge the Vulpix. The powerful magnetic escape force, combined with the cover of endless sand and dust, turned into a huge ceiling trap under Shiraishi's control. Vulpix wanted to continue to go crazy, but the sand silver turned into huge needles and directly penetrated into various parts of Vulpix's body. This time, Shiraishi activated a special sealing array. The powerful current carried a unique technique and forcibly suppressed the Vulpix's chakra. The energy of the six-tailed rhinoceros gradually began to stabilize, and the sand was pushed away little by little, revealing that the six-tailed Jinchuriki had long returned to human appearance, but was now in a coma. He will trouble you to deal with it. After successfully capturing the six-tailed Jinchuriki, Shiraishi set his sights on the direction in which Shirogakure was gradually retreating. Although he successfully forced Shirogakure to retreat, this war had not yet achieved a decisive victory. Thinking of this, Shiraishi put his hands together and maximized the chakra in his body. In an instant, the sand and silver from the quicksand hell began to flow continuously, and at the same time, countless sand and dust rolled towards Shirogakure's direction like huge waves. Oops, get out quickly. Although Zhang didn't know what Shiraishi was going to do, he could also feel the danger of this move. Magnetic escape destroying sand waterfall burial. Following Shiraishi's cold words, the ground covered by the desert in the direction of the Shirogakure ninja began to sink violently. Everyone was covered by the sand, and the heavy pressure caused many people to have their bones crushed. As an enhanced version of the sand waterfall burial, everything in the area covered by the desert will be shattered, and even the entire area will collapse. Shiraishi's move to destroy the sand waterfall burial almost caused massive casualties to Shirogakure. The various moves in Sunagakure's sand control technique are all based on group attacks. As long as the caster has enough chakra, he can create terrifying group damage. Shirogakure was directly stunned by Shiraishi's big move, and the remaining personnel ran wildly towards the seaport. However, Shiraishi used the speed of the sand to kill several Shirogakure ninjas again, and then extracted the cards from them. At some point, Shiraishi put on his glasses again, and threw the card distribution map inside the glasses. He carried out the final harvest, and seized the cards. He found a total of 8 skill cards from Shirogakure, many of which were high quality cards. Stone, seeing Maki walking towards him with a tired look on his face, holding an orange cat in his arms, and accompanied by former companions or students such as Shirogakiji and Mahashino. Shiraishi rarely showed a smile. We defeated Shirogakure. The cheers of victory instantly spread throughout the Sunagakure camp. At the same time, in the Kingdom of Wind, the Shirogakure troops were almost completely surrounded. The Yamaji family and the Iroquois family also used sand control techniques. The wild sand attacked crazily, killing Shirogakure's flanks, and retreating step by step. Black Mist Shiraishi used his divine power to instantly kill the watermelon mountain puffer demon, and the news of capturing the six-tails Jinchuriki had already reached their ears. It was obvious that Shirogakure's failure was inevitable. Stepping over the corpses of a large number of Shirogakure personnel, Iroquois Akita said softly, "I didn't expect that you would make the same choice as me. Although I knew that Yamaji Ryoko had been much calmer recently, I didn't expect that she would help support the teacher-student camp of Ye Cang and Shiraishi. Haha, Master Kazekage is too anxious this time." In addition to supporting the troops, the Iroquois and Yamaji families brought enough supplies. These were the savings of the two families over the years. Although their stocks were not as good as those in the Kazekage Apocalypse Mountains, they were enough to maintain Sunagakure's stability for a period of time. So, where do you stand? After experiencing this incident, Iroquois Akita did not dare to underestimate Yamaji Ryoko. This niece was now much more powerful than before, and he could not understand her thoughts looking at the battlefield that was gradually ending in the distance. Shanlulingzi said softly, try to keep the position of Kazekage, and you can give up the rest. After the struggle so far, the Fengying family was already certain to lose. The two of them arrived at the core area of the battlefield with heavy thoughts on their minds. However, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. The silvery desert on the ground looks particularly eye-catching, but behind this beautiful scenery, there is a strong smell of bloodshed and killing. This is magnetic escape. Iroquois. Akita's words attracted the attention of the Sunagakure ninjas left at the scene. Even Shiraishi discovered the reinforcement from the Iroquois and Yamaji families. Although he was a little surprised, he was unable to make any attacks on them because according to intelligence, the Sunagakure troops stationed on the west coast are currently on the south coast, saying that they have received information about Shiragakure's attack. However, the Yamaji family and the Iroquois family took the initiative to provide support at such a critical moment. Shiraishi was fully aware of the intrigues inside and outside here. Shanjilingzi said quickly with an indifferent expression, although it is magnetic escape. Reading www.ukanshu.net. It is actually a brand new magnetic escape. It should be the Sansilv magnetic escape developed by the brat Kurogiri Shiraishi himself. The new magnetic release means that it has nothing to do with the past magnetic release of the Sand Release 3 lineages. Yamaji Ryoko spoke in advance to cover up the previous gaffe of Iroquois Akita. At the same time, her eyes flickered as she looked at the huge silver desert environment in front of her. However, when she saw Shiraishi coming, she took a cold look at this rising figure who was now unstoppable, and Sunagakure nodded lightly and then returned to the camp on her own, no longer having any communication with Shiraishi. She has this temper. I was surprised to be able to come and to say something like that. What Yamaji Ryoko just said is equivalent to confirming that Shiraishi's magnetic escape was independently developed and not a method of unknown origin. After all, it was certified by the head of one of the 3 sand escape veins, establishing the originality of this sand silver magnetic escape point. Although he is still hostile to the Yamaji family, under the current situation, Shiraishi still accepts the goodwill expressed by the Iroquois and Yamaji families. Set a small goal first, such as remembering in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 119. Unforgivable Sin. Outside the Sunagakure camp, although everyone was still very tired, being able to successfully counterattack Shirogakure in such a situation filled them with joy of victory, although it was also mixed with the sadness of the sacrifice of many comrades on the outskirts of the camp. Ye Cang, who was covered in various bandages, walked out. When he saw the Iroquois and Yamaji families, his eyes became extremely sharp. Why are the west coast garrison transferred away from the southern coastline? If Shiraishi hadn't rushed back in time to stop Shirogakure's invasion today, otherwise Sunagakure's entire army would have been annihilated in this battle. Not only himself but also Maki, Shirogakiji and Shiraishi's students. The internal calculation made Ye Cang extremely angry and directly questioned Iroquois Akita, while Shiraishi's eyes were also thinking deeply. You should ask the garrison officer over there, Moro, about this. I resigned from this position some time ago. The support organized this time is a spontaneous action between us and the Yamaji family. Iroquois Akita's words were watertight, and Ye Cang couldn't say anything for a moment. On the contrary, he still owes favors to the Yamaji family and the Iroquois family. Where is the garrison command camp on the south coast? Shiraishi asked. Iroquois Akita was stunned for a moment, but he did not hold back and told Shiraishi the specific location point. After knowing the specific location, Shiraishi controlled Sand Silver to turn into a pair of wings behind his back, and then spread his wings and flew directly, leaving a place full of confusion on the other side. Shanjilingzi, who entered the camp first, was in a bad mood, especially when he just saw Shiraishi with a kind of grateful look. She hated this feeling. Our Shanlu family has actually reduced ourselves to trying to please this guy, the pride of the family. In fact, I just wanted to prevent Sunagakure from falling into the hands of Shirogakure. Thinking of this, Shanluling's bad breath calmed down. After tidying up his ninja clothes, he sat down very proudly. Soon, Iroquois Akita opened the tent and entered. Seeing his niece's appearance, he couldn't help but sigh. Why bother showing him off? Do you want to continue to be hostile, Iroquois? Akita is a little unable to understand his niece's brain circuit. The conflict between the Yamaji family and Shiraishi seemed to have almost never happened when Yamaji Tachibana was still alive. But the incident at the Sand Memorial later triggered the fuse between the two parties from the bottom of my heart. It was the Yamaji family who didn't like Shiraishi and then started to make things difficult. As a result, they were slapped in the face instead of trying to make things difficult. As a result, Yamaji Lingzi was mentally disturbed by Shiraishi. I just don't like this person. I felt uncomfortable from the first time I saw him. To put it bluntly, it just doesn't suit your eyes. This reason was so strong that Iroquois Akita couldn't continue and could only shake his head. Now that you are here, you must correct your attitude. Just now he went directly to the south coastline to garrison. No matter what happens, after he comes back, you must exercise restraint. When mentioning this matter, Yamaji Riko was keenly aware of the helplessness in Iroquois Akita's tone. However, Yamaji Riko also realized what Shiraishi was going to do. He went to trouble Moro. Moro is Ratsa's cousin. Although he is an ordinary jounin, he is Ratsa's most important confidant like Maki. After Iroquois Akita resigned from the post of garrison officer, Moro took over. The transfer from the west coast was planned and prepared by Moro. Thinking of this, Yamaji Tachibana frowned, and Shiraishi went to the Sunagakure coast garrison base. I'm afraid that the worst outcome, although Moro is important, it is not that important compared to the position of Kazekage. I think Master Kazekage will also take action soon. Iroquois Akita passed all the news about Shiraishi's victory over Shirogakure and mastery of a kind of silver magnetic escape to Ratsa through a secret message. I believe he will make a decision soon. Shirogakure surrounded Sunagakure from the front and back, and one of them came from the Kingdom of Wind. The tricks were too obvious and the actions were too ugly, so Shiraishi had to make a strong counter-attack. Luo Shao is still in a coma. Although it is clear that he is pretending to be ill, Shiraishi still has to kill people. Only when the knife is stained with blood can he deter the hostile forces in the country. A few hours later, several ordinary Chunin were patrolling at the garrison on the south coast of Sunagakure. A Chunin scratched his head and asked curiously, "Didn't you say that Shirogakure will raid the southern coast? Why can't you see anyone now who knows what they are thinking, leaving the west coast and heading to the south coast? This kind of operation." The ninja shook his head in the middle of saying this and stopped discussing. However, at this moment, a storm suddenly rolled up above their heads. Under the stunned eyes, Shiraishi slowly landed under a pair of huge silver wings. Soon the person who spoke earlier recognized Beishi's identity. "It's Mr. Beishi." Shiraishi landed on the ground, took back Sunagakure in his hand, and stored it in the scabbard of Shiraishi's silver sword. "Where is your garrison officer? We are discussing deployment matters with several commanders." Facing the black mist and white stone, several ordinary Sunagakure ninjas showed admiration. This man is now a legend among civilian ninjas. In a sense, his methods and abilities on the battlefield are more reliable than the Kazekage-sama. Spectrum point. Since the Koe no Kuni war had just ended, neither the Kazekage nor the southern garrison commander had received any specific information about the battle situation. So when Shiraishi walked straight into the camp, several senior Sunagakure officials were playing chess and chatting. There was cheerful laughter in the camp, which was very harsh to Shiraishi's ears. Then he stepped directly into the camp with a calm and indifferent expression. "It's black mist white stone." The unexpected visit made Moro, the leader of the garrison officers, look surprised. Then he quickly calmed down. "Is the front line in Sichuan country tense? Need support? If you also know that the front line in Kawakuni is tense, can you provide support?" Regarding Shiraishi's question, Moro shook his head. "I have received specific information that Shirogakure has assembled an army led by Black Horega and is heading to the southern coastline. I need to garrison here and cannot provide support." Shiraishi's appearance made Moro judge that the core country was in crisis, so he had to break through the front line and come to the garrison to ask for help. Not just him. Yu Redding www.ukanshu.net and several other commanders also thought so. However, the atmosphere at the scene was a bit weird, so no one dared to say a word and just watched Moro and Shiraishi negotiate. Then, did you know that the Shirogakure army sneaked into the west coast and surrounded the rear of the Sunagakure camp in Konaguni along the way? Shiraishi's words stunned Moro for a moment, and he smiled without changing his face. That may be because the intelligence is wrong. We will immediately send orders to rush back for support. Ignoring Moro, Shiraishi continued to ask, information. Who gave you the transfer order? No. Comment. That's it. I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the white stone silver knife flash. In an instant, Moro's expression froze, and blood suddenly spurted out from his neck. Looking at the blood-stained camp in front of him, Shiraishi said expressionlessly, by collaborating with the enemy Shirogakure, your crime is unpardonable. Set a small goal first, such as remembering in 1 second. Mobile version reading website, chapter 120, jounin class leader. In the Apocalypse Mountains, in Kazekage Rasa's lounge, the battle report on the country of Shirogakure and Sunagakure River has been fully presented. Seeing the contents recorded in it, Rasa became angrier the more he read. Gripping the table tightly, Eluosha's facial expression was very ferocious. How dare he kill Moro, who is the top commander of a defense zone? The unauthorized deployment of troops has left the west coast empty. Moro is indeed suspected of collaborating with the enemy. I would have killed such a shameless traitor. Faced with Feng Ying's lack of composure, Maki described the facts with an expressionless face. Although Shiraishi's killing of Moro was against the rules, all parties currently agreed with Shiraishi's handling attitude. Moro did not have any transfer orders and claimed to have received reliable intelligence. This kind of behavior is an act of treason at first glance. It would be better if Ye Cang and Shiraishi died in the core country when the entire army was wiped out. But now that they have returned from a great victory, there must be victims. Maki, you, Master Kazekage, the situation is very dangerous now. The elders, the Iroquois family, and the Yamaji family are already uniting. The two allies in Iroquois Mountain Road were at odds with each other. During the Kazekage's plot, they actually chose to support Ye Cang and Shiraishi. This feeling of being betrayed made the Kazekage almost crazy. Apart from anything else, Shanjilingzi could change his mind and turn around to support Shiraishi. For this kind of self-defeating behavior, Eluosha could only say that he admired this relative. News soon came from the local side of Sunagakure village. Ibizo passed the Supreme Council and established Shiraishi as a reserve candidate for the next Kazekage. It was also discussed that, if Rasa continued to be critically ill, Shiraishi would directly become the 5th Kazekage, the so-called Kazekage's successor. Once the Kazekage abdicates or something unexpected happens, Shiraishi will be the direct successor. If Rasa continues to be ill now, then Ibizo won't mind dethroning Rasa as the 4th Kazekage. This proposal was unanimously approved at the Sunagakure Supreme Council after the victory in the Kono-Kuni War, including the support of the powerful families headed by the Yamaji and Iroquois families, as well as the daimyo. The new type of magnetic escape mastered by Shiraishi, the sand silver technique, can also collect rare metal minerals, plus the relationship with the Kitajima family. Maki was telling a cold joke, which made Eluosha more and more frightened. Now Beishi and the group of people behind him had already built a huge power network, and it was difficult for him to attack him directly. Eluosha was completely panicked now. If he continued to be unconscious, then they would definitely directly crown Shiraishi as the Kazekage. Maki, what should we do? Go back to the village. Sensing the crisis, Kazekage Rasa awakened by coincidence. At the same time, after the news about Shirogakure and Sunagakure's great victory came, Kazekage was very happy that Sunagakure had won another key victory and gave Shiraishi a high reward gold point. While announcing the rewards of various awards, Rasa returned to Sunagakure village without stopping. As for the garrison of the Apocalypse Mountains, Granny Chiyo was in charge. The main battlefield of the Third Ninja World War was still in the direction of Konoha. The main forces of the two villages of Iwagakure and Shirogakure attacked Konoha from both sides. At the same time, the Shirogakure village also showed signs of attacking Konoha Point compared with the melee in the villages outside. Sunagakure has basically established its position in this great ninja war. After experiencing 2 great victories in Mount Kikayo and Koano Kuni Point, all remaining Shirogakure forces in Konoha surrendered, while Migalama Fuguoni and others fled back to Shirogakure's homeland. The Koano Kaku strategy was a complete failure. Not only that, he also lost a Thunder Sword in the Six Tails Jinchuriki Point. Just as the war between Shirogakure and Konoha entered a critical period, with most of the 7 swords lost, the proud Shirogakure had to start negotiations with Sunagakure. Although the Vulpix is a good strategic weapon, it is of little significance to us. What the Kingdom of Wind needs is land and resources. Negotiations between the 2 parties have begun. This time, Sunagakure not only wants Shirogakure to vomit out the southern 13th district of Koano Kuni, but also wants to see the special island country Kusuno Kuni among the 3 countries of wind, fire, and water. Although Nan country is not a geographically fertile land, it is one of the 6 important trading ports of the water country. However, currently facing the strength of Sunagakure, the water country recognized the control of the wind country over Nan country after some discussions. Right point in exchange, Sunagakure will return the Six Tails Jinchuriki. Ibizo personally went to the Koenoguni base camp to visit the injured Sunagakure warriors, with a trace of anger in his eyes. What Luosa did before made Ibizo feel cold in his heart. At the same time, he was even more angry to the extreme. He even considered scrapping Luosa's plan to establish Shiraishi as Kazekage Point. However, Shiraishi is too young now, and Rata has not made any big mistakes on the surface. Abandoning the establishment at will cause internal turmoil and unrest in Sunagakure. Considering this, Ibizo did not immediately destroy Luosa Point. Regarding Luosa's punishment, Ibizo has already decided. First of all, the task assignment will be managed by the Elders Group, and all relevant remuneration funds will be in the hands of the Elders Group itself. The daimyo was mainly responsible for this matter. After the Kitajima family and the Iroquois family jointly submitted a letter, the daimyo finally agreed to this matter. However, Rasa will continue to be responsible for the mining of mineral veins. As the ruler of the Kingdom of Wind, the daimyo does not want Rasa to lose power immediately. Compared with the unknown mining Kazekage Rasa with mediocre mining abilities, Black Mist Shiraishi is younger and less experienced. Easy to control point. Although he could not directly intervene in the internal high-level selection of Sunagakure, some big names could intervene in the field, and he still carried out a balancing strategy. In other aspects, Ibizo did not hold back and directly appointed Shiraishi as the monitor of the jounin class, responsible for the assessment and evaluation of all jounin and chunin in Sunagakure, and served as a teacher at the public ninja school. Since Rasa became the Kazekage, the Ninja World War has entered its 2nd year. Not only has his sense of presence been low, but it has also been revealed that Apocalypse Mountain was seriously injured and comatose after being suppressed by that Tsukikage. Such a presence is too low, and in the public's mind, Luosa's main place a gold ability is good, and he can dig out a lot of mines for sand. Hidden Point Shirogakure was different. In the 2 battles at Kikayo Mountain, the power of Korakora defeated Shirogakure. Kanshu www.ukanshu.net's repeated victories established his status, and his prestige was far superior to that of Luosa. Girulo's first child has just been born. She is a girl named Temari. Ibizo sighed. Although Rata was a bastard, his wife Garuri was a female ninja with general knowledge. Although she had lived in seclusion over the years, she still took good care of him and Chiyo, and came to visit the 2 old people from time to time. In addition, Temari had just been born, so Ibizo didn't want to be too harsh on Rata for the sake of the child. This time, you are really famous in the ninja world. You have surpassed the strongest magnetic escape in the history of Kazekage, which established your reputation as a super S-level powerhouse in the ninja world. Shiraishi, who was sitting opposite Ibizo, had already changed out of his 6 Paths ninja sect clothes, was wearing a black coat, and was wearing the Sunagakure forehead protector again. For a moment, Ibizo was in a daze. The thin and weak little guy 2 years ago has now grown to this point. Not only Shirogakure, but Konoha, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure also put the collection of intelligence on Shiraishi as a top priority and made it a key investigation target. Chapter 121, Lame Wind Shadow. The war ended, and after several days of negotiations between Shirogakure and Sunagakure, the results finally came to fruition. Sunagakure gained control of Kusuno country, and at the same time, the southern 13th district of Koano country fell into Sunagakure's hands again. As for Sunagakure, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki was returned to Shirogakure, and Radao only redeemed it after paying a huge reward. Sunagakure, who obtained huge funds and land, became the profiteer in this ninja war. The war brought huge dividends and made the whole village of Sunagakure feel very happy. The jounin squad leader. This position has been idle since Rasa succeeded the Kazekage. Now that Shiraishi has become the jounin squad leader, with the support of the elders, his power have already surpassed Rasa. However, Shiraishi's greater interest lies in practicing and improving his own strength. After seeing the tip of the iceberg of the ancient immortals Azura and Indra, Shiraishi's awareness of crisis is intensifying, and he must continue to practice. Jounin, I bought a new house in the old Oasis Ring area. When Shiraishi saw Jounin holding a delicious homemade cat food and handing it to the orange cat, Shiraishi said with a slight blush on his face, kindness, the new house in the ring area has a relatively good environment in all aspects. It will be good for us to settle there after we get married, but it still needs some decoration and layout. The last time he fought with Shirogakure on a life and death line, Shiraishi understood his feelings for Maki and became less secretive about it. However, being so straightforward made Maki blush a little. The curly hair is very beautiful now, compared with the weird green dress and hair wrapped style in the original story. In this life she has long dark brown hair and a well-developed figure, making her look exactly like a royal sister. Side by side with Ye Cang, they look like a pair of sisters. Lindsay, who had just walked through the dark side of the mountain road, heard Beishi proposing to the girl next to him, and couldn't help but show a mocking look. Civilians are civilians, and speaking so carelessly is not subtle at all, and completely against the rules. Although he was sarcastic, Shanjilingzi didn't want the two people's show of affection to affect his mood, so he hurriedly avoided this land of right and wrong. Jouin's face turned red all of a sudden, and the cat food in his hand almost spilled on the floor. He was very frightened when he saw the orange cat, and he was afraid that the delicious cat food would be wasted. Jouin, you seem to be absent-minded. No, it's just that you spoke too suddenly. Ignoring Shiraishi again, Jouin left with a blushing face, leaving behind the orange cat who looked like he was laughing. But while the two of them were talking, the orange cat had already eaten all the cat food. Then he walked forward with an expression to please Shiraishi and kept rolling on the ground, trying to ask for more food. Go hunt by yourself. That's all the fixed rations are every day. At this time, Ibizo slowly walked out of the camp. Haha, this kind of thing requires necessary procedures. You are too impatient. Shiraishi was born as an orphan and didn't know much about these etiquettes. When she saw Jouin leaving, she didn't know what she was thinking. Even the orange cat who couldn't eat the cat food showed a disgusted reaction. It's all a matter of trouble, master. After agreeing to Shiraishi's request, Ibizo came to look for Shiraishi, mainly to find out what to do after returning to the village. What are your plans next? Although Shiraishi is not the Kazekage, he has mastered a jounin class and ninja school, coupled with the mission control of the elder group and the relationship with the Kitajima family daimyo, making Shiraishi an indispensable presence in the upper class of Sunagakure. It can even be said that his influence has unknowingly surpassed that of Rasa, and has become an indispensable part of Sunagakure's upper level power. This time we fought Shirogakure and gained a lot, including a batch of corpse bone veins and the corpses of the ice escape blood family. The value of corpse bone veins is very high, because this kind of mutated human bone blood inheritance is a very rare existence, and has extremely high research value. Now the environment of Sunagakure has relatively entered a period of peaceful development. In addition to the development of the new Oasis Ring area, Shiraishi also has a plan to connect the Koano Kuni, West Coast, and Kusuno Kuni areas to create a trinity. Fertile land point. The so-called west coastline is actually the west relative to Shirogakure. In fact, from the perspective of Sunagakure, this is the eastern region of the Kingdom of Wind Point. The biggest feature of this area is that it is close to the sea, and it is suitable for large-scale trade transfers. Beisha's own detonating arms trade, as well as some special mineral mining and fruit planting, are all inseparable from the development here. Ibizo looked at the map and quickly realized Shiraishi's intention. Do you want to strengthen trade with Konoha and Shirogakure here, Kyushu? No, Kuni is located on an island, bordering Konoha to the north, Shirogakure to the east, and Sunagakure to the west. At the same time, it is connected to the trade routes of the Bear Country, the Craftsman Country, the U Country, and the Shirogakure Thunder Country on its routes, and its radiation range is very wide. In the past, Sunagakure didn't care much about maritime trade development, but Shiraishi was different. It was too difficult to transform the environment of the entire Wind Country, but the difficulty in just the eastern region had dropped a lot. The country of Korakora was actually punished very severely for betraying Sunagakure and the Konoha alliance. The top domestic officials in the country were slaughtered by the Hyuga clan. The previous agreement to lease the 13th Southern District was now changed in the hands of Sunagakure on an indefinite lease. This was also due to the lingering power after Sunagakure's victory over Shirogakure. Seeing how strong this neighbor was, Konoha acquiesced to this change in the agreement. After all, under the current situation, it is entirely possible for Sunagakure to negotiate with Shirogakure and carry out a joint strategy to encircle and suppress Konoha. Ilyusha had planned this way at the beginning, but this resolution was directly rejected by Shiraishi, and the elder Sunagakure currently has the resources at hand, as well as manpower and material resources, to the extreme. It will take a lot of time to digest the entire southern 13th district of Koano Country and Kusuno Country. In addition, more than 2 years of ninja wars have already made it difficult. Many people in the village were disgusted and did not want to continue fighting. After 2 years of ninja wars, reading www.ukanshu.net. The regular strength of ninjas in Sunagakure village has been reduced by about half. With such a heavy figure, if the war continues, better results may not be achieved. After all, the fertile land of Kono Kuni has been gutted. There was even a truce agreement with Iwagakure, and the secret envoy of the elders group has gone to the land of earth to have a simple exchange with an Oki. The brutality of Kanekun Kyo was far beyond Earth Country's expectations. Konoha's tenacity and ferocity almost caused Inoki to suffer nervous breakdown. What's more, Shirogakure has not yet come to an end. As one of the 5 major ninja villages, the military strength is second only to Konoha. It is not clear whether their target is Konoha or Iwagakure. It is meaningless to continue to fight against this remote desert country. Regarding Ilyusha's handling attitude, Shiraishi shook his head. Ilyusha is really stupid. Rather than saying he is stupid, it is better to say that he hopes to continue provoking a war with Konoha and muddy the water again. Unfortunately, with this Kazekage now, it is difficult for any resolution to be passed. Sha is a lame Kazekage. His influence in the village has been weakened to the extreme, and his future role may be that of the village's mascot. Chapter 122, New Cards. On the huge canyon outside the village, Shiraishi and Ibizo walked side by side, followed by Maki, Shirogakiji, Hashinome and others. Returning to the village in a mighty manner today, Shiraishi is wearing a cyan coat, his glasses are still the same, and he has a silver knife on his waist. The overall feeling is very simple, but his body reveals aura, giving people a powerful and unfathomable feeling. He was only 16 years old, but he could already suppress a Jinchuriki by himself. Among his peers in the world, the only ones who could compete with him were AI from Shirogakure village and Konoha's golden shining Namikaze Minato. At the end of this canyon road, a large number of villagers appeared on both sides of the road to welcome them, giving out ear-splitting cheers. Many villagers directly shouted the name of Black Mist Whitestone to express their excitement. How many years have passed? Sunagakure has never experienced such a great victory. Under the leadership of Kurogiri Shiraishi, he successively defeated 2 major ninja villages in Mount Kikayo and Kono Kuni, and achieved a proud record. How could such a strong man defeat the enemy? Don't let the villagers worship. Even Kazekage Rasa had to stand under the office on behalf of the senior management of Sunagakure, waiting for Shiraishi's arrival. Although you are a Kazekage, Eluosha is in a very depressed mood, and her Kazekage outfit becomes powerless the further she travels through time. After returning to the village for the past few days, Eluosha felt that the atmosphere in the village was completely different from the past. He was restrained by the group of elders at every turn. Many resolutions that could be passed smoothly in the past were vetoed by them, preventing him from leaving the village. Since Shiraishi serves as the jounin squad leader, and is also a member of the Supreme Council, several of his proposals, such as the establishment of the Eastern Special Zone and the expansion of a package of arms trade projects such as detonating talismans, were all passed by the senior officials of Sunagakure without any obstacles. In this comparison, who is the Wind Shadow, Eluosha held his breath in his heart. Although he returned to the village, he was unexpectedly free, and had enough time to spend with his wife Gary every day. As the figures of Shiraishi, Ibizo and others appeared in Ratsa's sight, the fourth Kazekage suppressed the irritability in his heart, showed the smile that the Kazekage should have, and stepped forward to welcome the heroes back. When they met again, Beishi's eyes were still as clear, but for some reason Eluosha didn't dare to look directly into Beishi's eyes when they met him. Due to Konoguna's plan, Shiraishi and Rasa formed a blood feud. A large number of Shiraishi's students and subordinates, including Fukuhama, died on the battlefield with Shirogakiji. One of the initiators was Rasa before his eyes. Welcome back, heroes of Sunagakure. Luo-sha stepped forward very cheerfully, but was met with indifference from most of the ninjas. Shiraishi's killing of Moro had already spread throughout the Sunagakure jounin circle. The Kazekage's sale of the village was basically ignored. Although there was no evidence, Rasa basically lost all his prestige. In addition, the current jounin class is in the hands of Shiraishi, so almost all of Rasa's wings have been cut off. Currently, the core country still needs certain materials and supplies. I wonder when Lord Kazekage will deploy the materials from the Apocalypse Mountains. The war with Iwagakure is not over yet, so the mobilization of supplies still needs to be discussed and studied. Luo-sha is insisting that these resources are his last wealth. As long as they are placed in the Enlightenment Mountains, Shiraishi has no right to mobilize them. Chiyo has already met with Inoki regarding this matter, and the preliminary framework of the armistice agreement with Iwagakure has just been established. Ibizo came forward to explain, completely ignoring Ratsa's expression. To be precise, the Kazekage had basically lost control of the village. He didn't even know about the negotiation with Iwagakure. In fact, after Chiyo finished treating Ratsa, he was waiting for Rasa to wake up. Unexpectedly, the Kazekage refused to wake up, as if lying in bed. Later, the treatment work was taken care of by the Kazekage's specialized medical class, and he also can't get my hands on it. It wasn't until the Kononoguni incident broke out that Chiyo was so angry that she almost went to beat up Rasa. As a result, the kid escaped very quickly. After announcing that he had recovered, he hurried back to the village. In view of this, Chiyo did not have any consideration for Rasa, and directly sent someone to contact Iwagakure to discuss the truce. Then Chiyo and Inoki hit it off, and established a peace plan. Since his position was clear and there was no point in talking, Shiraishi took Maki and the arrogant big fat orange cat behind him, and left directly without having much communication with Kazekage. After the unpleasant meeting, Shiraishi and Jounin returned home together. They walked on the path in the village and quietly grabbed Jounin's little hand. The latter did not resist, and allowed Shiraishi to hold his hand. In addition to these two people, there was also a free-range orange cat following behind, helplessly following the young couple. After many battles, Maki and Shirogakiji have now been promoted to jounin. Among them, Maki and Shirogakiji have developed the 3 chakra attributes of earth, wind, and water, but the amount of chakra is slightly lacking. How have you been practicing the sand control technique lately? You can barely make sand on a certain scale. Watching Jounin turn a small stone into a pile of desert, Shiraishi gently leaned into Jounin's ear. I have a special secret technique here that can help you condense chakra quickly. Secret skill. Shiraishi briefly introduced the principles of the sand gathering technique, and Jounin was stunned for a moment. She had no idea that Shiraishi had mastered such a powerful secret technique. No wonder his chakra became very abundant very early, unlike when he graduated from ninja school. A stone that almost makes you sweat with just a little chakra point. He is truly omnipotent. Jounin didn't get many secret techniques from Shiraishi, mainly because Shiraishi didn't want to interfere too much with his own ninjutsu growth. But it's different now, because Jounin is proficient in sealing techniques, and the most important sand seal. In sealing techniques requires certain sand control techniques. Skill point: the sand control technique consumes a huge amount of chakra, so Shiraishi uses a sand gathering technique to make up for the lack of chakra on his body. You read www.ukanshu.net. It has to be said that Jounin's sealing technique is currently among the best in the sealing class, and it even involves the practice of tailed beast sealing. The one in Sunagakure village has been sealed in Sunagakure's temple since the death of the previous Jinkriki. Rumor has it that the Ichibi Shukaku grew up in the Nara desert. In the Kingdom of Wind, it was thought to be a monster that was affected by the magic power of another world and was buried and piled up by the wind and sand. It was born from the ghosts of the dead who were trapped and suffocated by the wind and sand in the desert. In fact, through Shiraishi's contact with Ashura, he learned that the One Tail is actually a creature created by the yin-yang escape technique after the Sage of Six Paths separated the chakra of the 10 tails. Possessing endless chakra and power at present, the origins of many of Sunagakure's sand control techniques are closely related to Shukaku. For a while, Shiraishi became interested in Shukaku. The desert of Nera. It is located in the central area of the Kingdom of Wind. Compared with other desert areas in the Kingdom of Wind, the environment is more dangerous. Even if Shukaku is sealed, there is still a lot of death chakra energy that creates negative grievances. Obviously this is a dangerous place in the Kingdom of Wind, but the huge evil chakra brewing here may be something that I can investigate if I have the opportunity in the future. On the other hand, Shiraishi's most important trophy in Shirogakure battle this time, apart from the corpses of the blood family, are these cards in the past. The number of cards was scarce, and Shiraishi could learn different types of escape techniques. Now, after Shiraishi unlocks the cards, he chooses skills that mainly benefit his existing ninjutsu system, instead of blindly practicing everything. The same is true this time. After unlocking all the cards obtained on the Shirogakure battlefield, Shiraishi also selected some skills that he could use. One of the skills, although of blue quality, has a stronger amplifying effect on one's magnetic escape. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Cyclone Attack. To improve the magnetic escape ability, you must master the electric chakra. Since Shiraishi developed the electric chakra, he has been looking for suitable skills to practice from the electric skill cards he has unlocked in the past. Weird radio waves are Shiraishi's preferred escape technique. According to the introduction in the glasses system, the so-called weird radio waves are a kind of strange electromagnetic wave that bathes the opponent in electromagnetic waves and greatly reduces his own defense. Shiraishi scanned all the contents of the video interface at a glance and soon had a sufficient understanding of the strange radio waves. In fact, the current fluctuations in the bathed state still exist. But according to Shiraishi's view, this is a reverse weakening ninjutsu. Shirogakure ninjas mainly combine Thunder Escape with ninjutsu and rely on the blessing of Thunder Escape to increase their speed and attack power. However, the weird electric wave does the opposite. Any ninja blessed by the weird electric wave will have its own defense and speed severely interfered with. Sensing Shiraishi's absent-mindedness, Jounin smiled and said while eating, "Are you thinking about the development of new techniques again? Well, I plan to test it later." After getting along for a long time, some of Shiraishi's habits and thoughts can be seen, but she still hopes that Shiraishi can properly combine work and rest and not be too harsh on herself. Don't tire yourself too much. After finishing the meal, Jounin made a cup of tea and handed it to Shiraishi. He gently rubbed his temples for Shiraishi. The two of them didn't say a word during the whole process, and Shiraishi also enjoyed this rare silence. Suddenly, a cat meowed, and the fat orange cat looked at the desert blood wolf in Baisha's backyard in horror, as if it had seen a ghost. As for the desert blood wolf, he simply ignored the fat cat and continued to eat the meat provided by Beishi. This cat was the host's pet, and the meat was not tasty. It didn't want to touch it at all. As a result, when it met the orange cat, it provoked it many times. As a result, it was frightened half to death by the desert blood wolf's cold snort, and it entered a state of touching. They get along pretty well. Well, having a blood wolf watch over it saves me a lot of trouble. In order to test his new skills, Shiraishi went to the Sunagakure special training ground alone. After bidding farewell to Maki in this huge training base, the sand and silver all over the ground gradually turned into a special sand needle as it continued to roll on the ground. A group of strange purple electric waves condensed on the sharp needle. The electric current transformed by the light wave hovers in the air and turns into mysterious purple light. The scene becomes extremely beautiful and dangerous. At the same time, on the opposite side, the clone constructed by the sand was hit by this strange radio wave. The body seemed to be bathed in purple radio waves and entered a special nintaijutsu state. However, Shiraishi could keenly sense that the clone's defense was greatly weakened and reduced. Weird radio waves are very good as an auxiliary means. Unfortunately, the radio wave bathing time is not long. Generally speaking, it only lasts for 10 seconds. However, for a competition between ninjas, these 10 seconds are enough to do a lot of things except for the weird radio waves. Shiraishi searched through the many unlocked skills in the past. Currently, there are more than 20 unlocked skills, and there are 6 or 7 skills that can be used, but Shiraishi values a green skill card. Flame Vortex. Judging from the skill name, you can understand the ability and characteristics of this move. The prerequisite for training is 100% proficiency in the spark skill. After this period of practice, during the process of improving the spark technique, Shiraishi successfully collected all cards in the spark line. After several rounds of collecting cards according to the order of the skill tree, it is mainly composed of sparks, flame vortex, and the final purgatory construct. While the other line is the spark, flame vortex, and jet flame constructs. These 4 cards are currently collected by Shiraishi. These fire escape techniques all require sparks as the basis for their execution. Among them, they are very compatible with Ye Cang's burning escape, so they will be the main direction of Shiraishi's fire escape practice in the future. According to the skill video, the flame vortex technique is simpler than the spark technique. Shiraishi can even eliminate the need for seals and rely on the flow of chakra in the body to create this flame vortex. After briefly sorting out fire release and magnetic release, Shiraishi focused on the focus of this sorting of skills, which was also the latest and only new golden card among the cards. Judging from the icon, this move is a wind escape skill, but based on past experience, gold and purple grade cards are basically independent area skills. The unlocking reading started when Shiraishi returned to the village, and it was almost completed tonight. With the completion of the 100% reading, the true form of the golden quality flying type, also known as wind escape, finally appeared. Cyclone attack. This is a clever wind escape attack skill that is far more powerful than the improved wind escape whirlwind knife in the past. In the video, the caster controls the air vortex to attack. Its powerful cutting power is enough to turn into a terrifying air vortex, making it very easy to hit vital points. The generated airflow vortex will produce a strong explosion wherever it goes, as if it is an explosion in the air. The destructive power is very shocking, and it is one of the strongest moves among wind escape skills. The training requirement for this move is that the wind release level reaches a certain level. Shiraishi holds the immortal sword in his hand and follows the key points explained in the skill video. The sword in his hand is suddenly chopped off, the wind formed in midair, and countless fine needles cut at the same speed, leaving traces on Shiraishi's hands. Soon these cutting wind blades gathered on the knife and turned into dozens of tornadoes, erupting with deafening shock waves in the entire midair. It was like a compound escape technique composed of hundreds of whirlwind knives, raging on the entire airflow trajectory, causing the explosive airflow blow up the entire training ground. The airflow trajectory must be controlled. Violent energy. Yu reading www.okanshu.net alarmed the patrolling Anbu in Sunagakure. Many Sunagakure ninjas appeared near this area. When they saw Shiraishi standing in the ruins, they suddenly understood what was happening here. Master Shiraishi is testing new techniques again. Sorry, I was careless. Seeing the Enbu appear, Shiraishi was also a little embarrassed. He didn't expect the cyclone attack to be so powerful. In fact, when he just used the technique, it was not complete, and it could cause such huge damage. However, the side effects are also obvious. Shiraishi raised his hand, and countless cuts were made on his palm, showing the uncertainty and destructive power of this wind escape. Master Shiraishi, the Yanluo mountain behind is more suitable for testing this powerful new technique. Wearing a mask, Shiraishi said softly that, since he left the Iroquois family and joined Anbu, this outstanding ninja of the Iroquois branch has been promoted by Abizo, the actual controller of Anbu, for his outstanding abilities. During this time, Shiraishi has become the leader of this patrol Anbu squad. I've caused you trouble. I'll pay attention. No, please take care of yourself, adults. Although it was not obvious, Shiraishi also noticed the subtle injury on Shiraishi's hand. It was obvious that he was testing an extremely unstable new technique. Thinking of this, Shiraishi and his subordinates quickly left. After all, this was someone else developing a secret technique. According to the tradition of the ninja world, they should avoid it. Withdrawing the knife in his hand, Shiraishi's heart couldn't help but beat a few times faster. This unexpected explosive power was worthy of a golden quality card, and was completely different from ordinary wind escape. If you are proficient in cyclone attacks, the destructive power of your silver sword will increase by several levels. P.S. Cyclone attack is also called aerial blast. Chapter 124. First hearing about Laolan. The Sunagakure jounin class, including Maki, gathered a dozen elite jounin today. They usually have many important department responsibilities, such as the medical class, the interrogation class, etc. However, as Shiraishi is the squad leader of the jounin class, on his first day in office, the core members of the entire jounin class gathered here, waiting for the young squad leader. Most of the jounin class were and escape 3-line ninjas. There were not many ninjas from civilian backgrounds, but no matter what position they were in, they all looked at Shiraishi with awe and admiration. After a series of battles, Shiraishi has already established his position in the village. No one present now dares to question his authority. After entering the venue, Shiraishi sat down, and without any politeness or nonsense, he directly picked up a pile of documents and started working. The first is the list of those who were promoted to jounin and chunin this time. Among them, Hashinome, Nagase Bizun, and Morimoto Ryuji all have special qualifications for promotion to jounin, while Shirogakiji and Maki were promoted to jounin. Except for acquaintances like Shiraishi, a large number of chunin and genin who participated in the Kakayo Mountain, Kono no Kuni, and Apocalypse Mountain War were all qualified for promotion. Obviously war is the best way to get promoted. Except for a group of ninjas who are really weak. Shiraishi basically agrees with these people's promotion. After all, after many wars, the standing ninja force of Sunagakure has dropped sharply from the previous 28,000 to 12,000, among which the promotion of ninjutsu reaching more than 1,000 people. After a series of lists were finalized, Shiraishi nodded with the members of the jounin class to divide the members of each class. Since there will be no large-scale wars in the Kingdom of Wind for the time being, the deployment of these jounin is also a key point. Shiraishi promoted Shirogakiji to the deputy squad leader of the puppet class, responsible for assisting the puppet class in daily matters. Maki was assigned to the barrier class to carry out daily maintenance work on the outer barrier of Sunagakure. This has nothing to do with Shiraishi's selfishness, because the seal and perception level of the volume itself are currently among the best in Sunagakure, so this allocation is reasonable. Hashinome and others were arranged by Shiraishi to enter the intelligence department for training for about a year, and then they went to the ninja school to lead the new genin. The number of genin graduates from the ninja school is currently equivalent to the number of graduates from the elite ninja school. The elders need to estimate the interests of each family, while Shiraishi hopes to recruit better juniors from ordinary civilians after the routine work was completed. The head of the intelligence department handed a special piece of information to Shiraishi. Here is a piece of information shared by Konoha about the power of the dragon veins in Laolan Kingdom and the changes in the puppet army. Laolan country. Shiraishi frowned and picked up the document in his hand. To check in detail, the so-called dragon vein is a huge energy core in the deep earth veins. It has infinite chakra power and can interfere with and influence time and space. Real-time travel does not actually exist. Generally speaking, the so-called time travel, and more. Most of them are projections from other parallel planes. This is the magical place of the power of dragon vein. Simply put, it regularly spreads energy and can help people travel through time inadvertently. As for Laolan Kingdom, which is built on dragon veins, queens of all generations have been able to control this power. The entire Laolan Kingdom has a long history, even older than the 5 major countries. However, in recent years, as the Kingdom of Wind has weakened, the ambitions of the Laolan Kingdom, which was originally content and self-reliant, have gradually grown. His minister in Lushan seems to be ready to make a move, and is vigorously promoting the combination of the puppet army and the power of the dragon vein, to launch a secret plan, to destroy the 5 major countries in addition to the Kingdom of Wind. Laolan Kingdom is also very close to the Kingdom of Fire. In addition, Konoha's land is rich, so Laolan Kingdom secretly prepares for war, aiming directly in the direction of Konoha. Since the Third Ninja World War is currently in full swing, Konoha, Shirogakure, and Iwagakure are still fighting. In order to prevent changes in Laolan Kingdom, they sent a letter of merit, hoping that Sunagakure would handle it on their behalf. In the original history, due to the tragic defeat at Kikayo Mountain, Sunagakure lost the right to speak on these issues in Laolan Kingdom, so Konoha directly sent Namake's Minato and others into Laolan Kingdom to handle the task. In this current historical line, Konoha will naturally not interfere in the affairs of Laolan Kingdom casually due to concerns about Sunagakure's attitude and reaction, so it leaves this matter to Sunagakure for handling. The information on Laolan Kingdom is not complete yet. Beishi put down the information in his hand. What do you think? The Laolan Kingdom has always existed within the Kingdom of Wind. It is a country within a country. In the past, it was okay to live in peace and harmony. Now that they are planning to develop a puppet army, they should directly deal a devastating blow, deprive the Laolan Kingdom of its armed forces, and then seal up the power of the dragon vein. Several members of the jounin class expressed the unanimous view that no big country would allow a small country under its size to dare to show its fangs casually and threaten itself. Therefore, all the methods adopted advocated directly destroying Laolan's military power and then integrating the entire country into the Kingdom of Wind. Shiraishi, who was a little interested in dragon veins, made a decision directly. Then, I will lead the team, including Shirogakiji and Arashi, and go directly to Laolan Kingdom to investigate. Shiraishi was preparing to go out in person, which surprised the senior management of Sunagakure, but these jounin didn't say anything. After all, these 3 people were indeed suitable to participate in this Laolan mission to a certain extent. In a parallel world in the future, at Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konoha, summoned Naruto Uzumaki, a member of Team 7, and Yu reading www.ukanshu.net. Iruno Sakura, Sei, and teacher Yamato went to the ancient country of Laolan to perform a mission. Beizu, a rebellious ninja from Cheyenne village, fled to the ancient country of Laolan in an attempt to open the seal and control the dragon's veins. Due to the forced opening of the seal, a huge beam of light erupted from the dragon vein seal, and time and space were reversed. In order to pursue the rebellious ninja Hyakuzu, Naruto Uzumaki chased him directly. As a result, the ground beneath his feet collapsed, triggering the energy of the dragon's veins, causing his whole person to be sucked in. The huge power of time and space directly guided the distortion of history. Beizu, who arrived in the White Rock space-time 6 years in advance, did not realize that this time and space was different at first. In addition, he had been hiding in the Laolan Kingdom to develop puppets, and did not care much about external trends. Until a few days ago, the news of Sunagakure's victory over Shirogakure came out, which made this a time-traveling rebel from the ancient Laolan kingdom is a bit confused. Point being, from Sunagakure, he naturally knows a bit about the history of the village, but where did this black mist Shiraishi come from? Could it be that, because of his time travel, Sunagakure's history changed, and even the direction of the Third Ninja World War was completely different, with both Konoha and Shirogakure being attacked head-on by Sunagakure. At the same time, Naruto Uzumaki, who woke up in Laolan Kingdom, heard beautiful singing as soon as he woke up, and the woman singing was the current new queen of Laolan Kingdom, Sarah. Excuse me. Hearing the strange man's voice, Queen Sarah quickly turned and left. P.S. The history of Dragon Vein travel is a parallel world. This is my own setting. It is different from the setting of the original movie version. Directly writing about Shiraishi's future historical line travel is too boring. I use the parallel world of Naruto's original work. I just finished typing when I got home from get off work. Thanks to Masturbation Shooting Cannon, Azure Shining Light, and others for the rewards. I owe you a lot of updates. I will send you this chapter for today. There will be another chapter after early morning. Thank you. Chapter 125, Konoha Ninja from the Future. Lord Shiraishi, in the Gathering Corridor heading to Laolan Ancient Kingdom, Shiraishi and Shirogakiji had already arrived. Compared to Shirogakiji's casual attitude, Shiraishi was very respectful to Shiraishi. Regarding the mission content of the ancient Laolan country, Beishi briefly explained it to the two of them. Since there was no need to delay, the three of them rushed to the direction of the ancient Laolan country very quickly. The ancient puppetry of Laolan Ancient Kingdom belongs to a different school from that of Sunagakure. Although their puppetry can control more puppets, it has bigger flaws. As a puppet family, Cheng Yuanxi has a lot of experience in the puppetry of the major schools in the Kingdom of Wind. Know everything. Pausing halfway, Shiraishi turned to look at his partner, Floor. Shirogakiji gently swayed the chakra thread in his hand and introduced pour chakra into hidden weapons such as Kune or Senbon, and you can easily cut these chakra threads. Therefore, although the puppet technique of this school is also available in Sunagakure, but there are not many people practicing it, chakra lines are easy to be cut, which is intolerable to the mainstream puppet masters of Sunagakure, so they would rather reduce puppet control to achieve perfect control of the puppet. But puppets blessed by the power of dragon veins are completely different. Beishi didn't care about Laolan's ancient puppet technique. Instead, he cared about the dragon veins that could affect the power of time and space. Before the mission is carried out, sufficient intelligence must be obtained. The power and destructive power of the combination of dragon vein and puppet technique are not yet known, so Shiraishi needs to make further judgments. Then, let's go. When Beishi swung his hands to control, the silver magnetic escape turned into a disc and quickly lifted the three of them up. There was no obstruction at all. During the process, the entire magnetic escape floated towards the direction of Laolan Kingdom at an extremely fast speed. This magnetic escape control technique is far superior to that of the past head of the Iroquois family. Iroquois is also a practitioner of the sand control technique. When he saw the changes in Shiraishi's sand silver magnetic escape, he could not help but be shocked. This ingenious use of magnetic escape was almost something he had never seen before. In fact, Iroquois Akita also tried to develop magnetic release. Although he successfully condensed a part of the black sand magnet, the effect and power were effective, and it was more than a little inferior to Shiraishi's cool application method. Stepping on the disc formed by the magnetic escape, Cheng Yuanxi looked very happy. Wow, this way of movement is exciting, and at this speed, we will reach Laolan soon. Shiraishi's levitation magnetic escape moves very fast. It only took a few hours to go directly from Koronokuni to the southern coastline to Kilmoro. Now, Shiraishi's magnetic escape control has improved compared to before, so his movement speed is faster. Much faster. The three jounin crossed the entire desert area at extremely fast speeds and rushed towards the Laolan Kingdom. During the entire movement, the three of them only saw the surrounding yellow desert flashing before their eyes, and the scenery kept changing. Shiraishi, do you need to rest? Unnecessary. The existence of the sand gathering technique gives Shiraishi an almost unlimited supply of chakra in the desert. While activating the sand gathering technique, Shiraishi transforms part of the sand silver. We're here, Laolan Kingdom. At a glance, the entire Laolan Kingdom is lined with tall towers, giving people a mysterious and solemn feeling. Inside countless giant towers, Naruto Uzumaki, a ninja from the future, met Queen Sarah for the first time. Just as he was about to step forward to ask, he encountered a mysterious attack of the golems after years of practice, and Lushan's puppetry is far better than that of the Beizu period. Especially after combining Laolan's ancient puppetry with his own puppetry, the puppet's combat effectiveness is far better than that of ordinary puppets like to robot-like puppets. They were moving at high speed to attack Uzumaki Naruto. With a violent explosion, Uzumaki Naruto held a chakra-infused kunai and quickly cut off the chakra line. Teacher Yamato's previous teachings allowed Uzumaki Naruto to find a way to deal with the puppets in the battle, but the number of puppets controlled by Lushan was too large and soon surrounded Uzumaki Naruto. Just when Lushan focused his attention on Uzumaki Naruto, Beishi and the others had arrived outside the Laolan Kingdom. Laolan has set up a barrier abroad. After Erakoalan conducted an investigation, he determined the barrier point of Laolan Kingdom. Generally speaking, any country's boundary will not be easily tested or destroyed, because doing so is equivalent to directly going to war with it. However, the Laolan Kingdom has long been weakened, and Shaoyin represents the Kingdom of Wind, and is a regional power. After confirming that the Laolan Kingdom was using a barrier to protect the surrounding area, Beishi took action personally. Everything around him turned into a silver desert, and turned into a roaring wave, suddenly destroying the entire Laolan Kingdom's barrier. Then, on the outskirts of the ancient Laolan Kingdom, huge silver city walls rose up, completely encircling the entire Laolan Kingdom in an absolutely encircling manner. After the spell was completed, Beishi pushed up his glasses and said, "The country of Laolan is currently blocked by my spell. It is difficult for ordinary ninjas to break through. Let's go in and investigate." Looking at the majestic and huge silver city wall buildings around him, the city wall secretary was amazed. How could this guy's style become so simple and rough? The moment the huge silver city wall was erected, the entire ancient country of Laolan was shrouded in darkness. Reading www.ukanshu.net. As if the end was coming, the desert ground environment was invaded and turned into a silver desert. At the same time, the barrier of Laolan Kingdom suddenly shattered. Uzumaki Naruto, who was fighting fiercely with many puppets, was stunned for a moment when he noticed the giant silver magnetic escape wall in the sky. He did not expect that a Sunagakure ninja would appear. This technique is very similar to Gaara. How is it possible? The sand control technique can achieve this level. Lushan showed a shocked look. He had no idea that Sunagakure would move so quickly, and as soon as he made a move, Sunagakure would directly block the entire country. Is this the same Sunagakure he knew before with such a generous move? In his history, it seemed that only the 4th Kazekage Rasa was the 4th generation Kazekage Rasa who could achieve this level of strength, but Rasa used place a gold instead of this silver sand. However, it seems that the 4th Kazekage's strength has not reached this level. Could it be that the black mist white stone, and by the way, the silver sand should be him? If the kid from the future reveals his origin, he will be in trouble. He must kill that kid first. Thinking of this, and Lushan controlled more puppet armies to besiege Uzumaki Naruto. Facing many puppet armies at once, Uzumaki Naruto fell into a huge crisis as the number of puppets increased. Naruto fell into a hard fight, and was unfortunately injured, leaving many scars on his body. As Uzumaki Naruto retreated step by step, countless silver needles suddenly shot out from the sky, carrying domineering chakra energy, instantly shattering the chakra lines of countless puppets. When Uzumaki Naruto looked up, he saw 3 ninjas wearing Sunagakure forehead protectors appearing in midair, with silver discs of sand and silver under their feet. A ninja from Konoha, Shiraishi, frowned when he saw the yellow-haired boy in front of him. Why are there still Konoha ninjas here? Could it be that they have also begun to take action against Laolan Kingdom? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.